Chapter 1290. The undying demon heart was a forbidden technique that only the previous demon emperors had the opportunity to cultivate. He could devour the demon hearts of demon gods of the same level as him and use them as a reserve. Once his own demon heart was destroyed, he could immediately replace it. This was equivalent to robbing the lives of other fiend celestials to die for him. The demonic god of six paths looked at the first prince coldly and said, "You've improved. You can even destroy one of my demonic hearts." The eldest prince did not feel that this was a compliment. Then, the demonic god of six paths looked at Suyu and said with a cold smile, "I have to admit that you are quite powerful for tricking me." He had thought that the tree goddess would be a backup plan, but the purple-eyed demon god had popped out. Then, 9 divine-level wild beasts had appeared. When they all thought Suyu had used all his trump cards, Suyu revealed his trump card, which was specially prepared for the demonic god of six path. He actually indulged in the wildest fantasies. No one expected that there were 3 absolute experts hidden under the heavenly pond. The Great Prince and the Sixth Princess, these two were the top powerhouses in the Devil Realm, especially the Great Prince, a powerhouse who was about to inherit the throne. If the demonic god of six paths hadn't secretly cultivated the immortal demon heart, he would have died here today. "It's a pity that I failed." Suyu sighed deeply. It was not easy to kill the demonic god of six paths. However, he was not too disappointed. If the demonic god of six paths had died so easily, he would have been surprised. "Keep him occupied," Suyu ordered. The first prince and his 2 companions had determined looks on their faces. Now that things had come to this, even if Suyu did not say anything, they could only fight to the death. Although, it was still likely to be a one-sided massacre. "Attack!" The eldest imperial prince shouted in a low voice and charged forward with his sword in hand. He was already prepared to die. The second princess and the sixth princess also gritted their teeth and quickly teleported over. "My disciples have grown up," the demonic god of six paths said with a faint smile, "so, it's time for you to repay me. You should follow me back to the realm of devils." 6 Dao Tianluan. 6 blood-red eyes appeared behind the demonic god of six paths. Every single one of them contained extreme power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 6 eyes suddenly shot out 6 pillars of light that were as black as ink, sweeping toward the eldest prince and the others. "Be careful, it's the divine path of the demonic god of six paths." The first prince's expression was extremely serious. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest to block one of the rays of light. Clang, however, the pitch-black ray of light ignored tangible objects and pierced through the demon sword, piercing through the first prince's chest. The sixth princess and the second princess were the same. It was unknown what that pitch-black ray of light was, but it could not be blocked by any material object. No matter how strong one's strength was, no matter how powerful one's magic treasure was, once the 6 paths of natural harmony appeared, all living beings would perish. The 3 all-powerful princes and princesses had fallen just like that. A bitter smile finally bloomed on the corner of the 6th princess's mouth. Was this the end? He did not see any hope of survival. She had trusted Suyu too much. His eyes gradually closed and slowly sank into darkness. But right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out by his ear. After the voice appeared, it was like a stabilizing needle, making the heart of the 6th princess suddenly calm down. "Life domain." An emerald halo radiated from Suyu, shrouding the first prince, the second princess, and the 6th princess. They, who were about to die, recovered in an instant. In particular, the first prince, whose demonic heart had been shattered, was now alive and well. The 3 of them were stunned on the spot, deeply shocked. "What are you waiting for? He has the undying demonic heart, and I have the undying domain. He can't kill you within 10 minutes, but you can kill him." How could there be such a terrifying domain? Not only were the 3 princes and princesses shocked, but the demonic god of six paths also witnessed the resurrection of the 3 princes and princesses. For the first time, his indifferent face was filled with shock. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but this was the first time he had heard of a special domain that could bring people back to life. After recovering from their shock, the first prince, the second princess, and the sixth princess looked at each other in surprise and confusion. Then, they charged forward again. 6 paths of natural harmony, the demonic god of 6 paths shouted loudly. 6 demonic eyes appeared behind him, shooting out black rays that could penetrate everything in the world. Without any suspense, the 3 princes and princesses were pierced through again in their vital parts. In particular, the first prince lost his head, but it was restored in the blink of an eye. The destroyed demonic hearts of the second princess and the sixth princess were also restored in an instant. Such a nature-defying domain shocked and excited them. If Su Yu had such a domain, he wouldn't be afraid of a battle. The sixth princess's heart was rekindled with hope. Maybe Su Yu really had the confidence to kill the demonic god of 6 paths. The 3 princes and princesses were overjoyed. They teleported forward to kill the demonic god of 6 paths, regardless of the horrible means of the demonic god of 6 paths. No matter how the demonic god of 6 paths attacked them or how badly they were injured, they fought desperately as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The first prince's head was shattered by the demonic god of 6 paths' palm. However, the first prince didn't seem to notice it. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and destroyed the demonic heart of the demonic god of 6 paths again. The second princess's body was shattered, but her remaining hand still grabbed the bracelet and bombarded the chest of the demonic god of 6 paths. The sixth princess's demonic heart was destroyed one after another. However, under the protection of the immortal realm, she didn't feel death at all. She took the opportunity to cut off half of the demonic god of 6 paths' head. In the past, the demonic god of 6 paths could kill them easily with every move. However, now, he was roaring in anger as he was killed dozens of times by them. The demonic god of 6 paths had never fought such a stupid battle before. He had killed them hundreds of times, but they didn't die. Instead, they continued to hurt him fearlessly. His demonic heart had been crushed 10 times. His head was also cut off in half. If this went on, he might really be killed. He wanted to kill Su Yu first. However, Su Yu was also under the protection of the immortal realm. The black light of the demonic god of 6 paths recovered immediately after killing Su Yu. Get lost. The demonic god of 6 paths was furious. For many years, he had rarely been angry. On the other hand, the first prince, the second princess, and the sixth princess were fighting passionately. Ha, ha, ha. This is awesome. I never thought I would fight the demonic god of 6 paths in this way. The second princess was also excited. Come on. We might really be able to kill the demonic god of 6 paths. The sixth princess was even more eager to kill them. Hehe, interesting. This is so interesting. He can resurrect infinitely and kill an invincible strong man. The weird battle was still going on. A piece of ancient black ice was lying quietly in Su Yu's palm. The ice was slowly being melted by Su Yu's divine strength. Visible to the naked eye, there was a thumb-sized insect frozen in the primordial profound ice. Although the bug was small, it gave off a terrifying aura. The dead soul bug was a horrible spiritual bug that devoured the souls of creatures in ancient times. Moreover, this was not an ordinary dead soul bug. It was a bug that failed to cross the ordeal to become a medium deity. Su Yu had experienced its dreadfulness. It was an existence that caused the divine nine-dragon cauldron to warn him urgently. Su Yu had experienced many soul attacks. Only that time, the divine nine-dragon cauldron warned him the most. The 3 princes were still fighting the demonic god of 6 paths. Su Yu was concentrating on melting the ancient black ice. Both sides were racing against time to seize the opportunity. Time passed bit by bit. Although the tree goddess wanted to help Su Yu very much, she was still entangled by Kaelin. Everything depended on whether Su Yu could refine the ancient black ice in advance. However, there were still 2 people on the field who were not restrained. They were the divine souls of the book deity and Luo Huan. With the wisdom of the book deity, he grasped this most critical moment very keenly. It seemed Su Yu was preparing a big move that could decide the fate of the world. The book deity smiled faintly. With me here, I'm afraid your plan will fail. The tree goddess hated this B*****. Why does he always make trouble at the most critical moment? Su Yu's killing intent was also very strong. The book deity had hindered him many times and put him in great danger several times. Now it was the critical moment to fight against the demonic god of six paths. He. Although I can't kill you in your realm, I can easily affect your refining of the ancient black ice. The book deity smiled and took out a golden scripture. It was a demonic scripture that could disturb people's minds. Opening the scripture, the book deity read it on the spot with a sarcastic smile. As soon as he read it, Su Yu felt upset and his divine power was unstable. The speed of refining the ancient black ice slowed down suddenly. The time limit of the realm of life was almost up. The book deity smiled calmly and read faster. The source of all evils, the demon's heart is in chaos, the heart of heaven is not shaken. Destroy your mother. Suddenly, a roar came. At the same time, a strand of extremely powerful divine power crossed the Star River and hit the book deity. The book deity was caught off guard. He was hit by the divine power and rolled several times. The demonic scripture in his hand disappeared. His neat clothes were messy, his hair was scattered all over the ground, and his nose and mouth were full of blood. His appearance was as miserable as one could imagine. Who is it? The book deity turned his head and looked out of the Star River. Swish! A figure of a woman teleported from the depths of the Star River, revealing a cold and angry face. Shung deity. The book deity was shocked. He never expected the Shung deity to be here. You are worse than an animal. You are a scourge in the Eastern Alliance, and you are still a scourge in the Western Alliance. Today, this god will split open your head and see if it's filled with shit or not. The book deity was so scared that he turned around and ran away, ignoring Su Yu. How could he deal with a powerful god like the Shung deity? The Shung deity looked at Su Yu and found that he was looking at her in agreement. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The series of vulgarities just now was really not in line with her usual elegant image. Ahem. I just came back because I was worried. Leave the book deity to me. This time, he has no way to escape. The Shung deity said and immediately chased after the book deity. She and the sword deity felt guilty to Su Yu and the Eastern Alliance, so they turned back. Unexpectedly, what made her furious was that the shameless book deity actually helped the demons to deal with Su Yu, which really drove her crazy. Without any obstacles, Su Yu focused on refining the ancient black ice. Soon after, the last trace of ice on the dead soul worm dissipated. An extremely tyrannical, terrifying, and cryptic aura suddenly rushed out. Su Yu's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Come back." Chapter 1291. Hearing that, the three princes and princesses, the purple-eyed demonic god, and the tree goddess retreated to Su Yu's side. The demonic god of six paths and Kaylin noticed the dead soul worm in Su Yu's palm. Kaylin frowned and said, "That worm is a bit weird." Somehow, she sensed a bit of danger from the worm. The demonic god of six paths frowned slightly and said, "Step back." The demonic god of six paths' intuition told him that the worm was very dangerous. So, he teleported away without hesitation. Su Yu stared at the dead soul worm in his palm and took a breath. Then, he grabbed a strand of vitality and injected it into the worm's body. Then, he shouted in a low voice, "You may feel a bit painful now. Just bear with it." Then, Su Yu clenched his fist and used all of his strength to pinch the bug. The dead soul worm was stimulated. Then, the last strand of consciousness in its body was awakened. Boom! A strand of horrible aura that could shake the entire Star River was awakened. The aura was so powerful that no other creature could rival it except for the giant of the bitter sea. The eyes of the dead soul worm, which had been closed for many years, opened abruptly. Then, a pair of green eyes appeared. Its eyeballs moved slightly and glanced at Su Yu, the three princes and princesses, the tree goddess, the purple-eyed demonic god, Kaylin, and finally the demonic god of six paths. That gaze was calm and without ripples, like the Buddhist Dharma in the temple, looking down indifferently. Even when it glanced at the demonic god of six paths, its eyes were still calm. It seemed all creatures, including the demonic god of six paths, were just a group of ants in its eyes. It was this group of ants that awakened the last strand of consciousness of the demonic god of six paths. After being glanced at by the dead soul worm, not only Su Yu and the others, but also the demonic god of six paths, was frightened for the first time. This is a medium deity. A medium deity was also a deity. However, a medium deity like the demonic god of six paths and the demonic god of six paths were like two different creatures. The demonic god of six paths couldn't help but tremble. After being glanced at by the demonic god of six paths, Kaylin felt a chill all over her body. The fear of death overwhelmed her. She couldn't help but tremble. Her body became extremely stiff and she couldn't move. It was only when she bit the tip of her tongue to stimulate herself to suppress her emotions that she finally moved her feet and teleported away. It was too terrifying. Except for the giant of the bitter sea, she had never felt such a terrifying aura from any other creature. Even the demonic god of six paths was no match for him. "Don't move," the demonic god of six paths said suddenly. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Even when he was trying to persuade Kaylin, he kept staring at the dead soul worm and dared not move. However, Kaylin was already intimidated by the dead soul worm's aura, so she subconsciously teleported away. At this moment, the eyes of the dead soul worm, which had always been calm, slowly turned to look at Kaylin, who was running away. A cruel and evil grin appeared in his eyes. Bang! The dead soul worm spread its wings, and Su Yu's palm, which was holding onto it, turned into dust. It stared at Kaylin, opened its mouth, and inhaled coldly. An unforgettable scene appeared. The Milky Way was flowing backwards. No, the entire Milky Way was flowing backwards. The water of the Star River, the broken cavern worlds in the Star River, the broken dust, and countless wild beasts were all sucked into its seemingly small mouth. At the end of the Milky Way, a figure who was trying his best to teleport appeared clearly. It was Kaylin. She had clearly teleported hundreds of millions of miles away, but the dead soul worm had actually sucked her back together with the Star River world. Although she was still fearfully teleporting forward, she was still sucked back, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the dead soul worm's mouth. "Demonic god of six paths, save me!" Kaylin screamed in terror. However, the demonic god of six paths remained motionless, and his eyes were filled with fear. Whoosh! The next moment, Kaylin was swallowed by the dead soul worm. What was even more peculiar was that the starry sky world that had just been swept away suddenly returned to its original state, as if it had never been devoured in the first place. The entire process was like an illusion. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that all the living beings in the Milky Way world that had just flowed in reverse had lost something: soul. Both the wild beasts hiding in the Milky Way and Kaylin's body floating in the distance had lost their souls. What had just happened was not an illusion. The dead soul worm had just absorbed the souls of this Milky Way world. Su Yu, the prince and princess, the purple-eyed demonic god, the tree goddess, and even the demonic god of six paths were all staring at this horrifying scene in a daze. Is this the dead soul worm that had failed to cross the tribulation? Moreover, it only had a trace of consciousness left. After swallowing Kaylin, the dead soul worm's body became a little bit dimmer. After all, it was just a broken body, and it barely survived with the help of Su Yu's vitality. It had been dead for a long time, and its vitality was fading rapidly. Therefore, it could only exist in this world for a short time. However, even a short time was enough for it to survive. It turned around and looked at the demonic god of six paths. After all, his soul was the most powerful among all of them, and he was the one who attracted the dead soulworm's attention the most. The demonic god of six paths was shocked. Then, he shouted in a serious voice, "I know you are still conscious. However, it wasn't me who woke you up, but the person behind you." Hearing that, the dead soul worm turned around and stared at Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu's soul trembled violently, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron in his mind kept vibrating violently to warn him. In this way, Su Yu managed to suppress his trembling soul. Su Yu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. What a horrible dead soul worm! When Su Yu was extremely vigilant, the dead soul worm didn't attack Su Yu after giving him a cold look. Instead, it stared at the demonic god of six paths again and uttered a strange, obscure sound. Su Yu, who was proficient in many living creatures' languages, was the only one who could understand what the dead soulworm was saying. It was the language of the insect race, and it said, "Don't rush. Take your time." After uttering in a low voice, the dead soulworm flew slowly toward the demonic god of six paths. However, the demonic god of six paths acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and he chose to attack first. Natural family of the six paths. 6 eyes appeared behind him, which shot out 6 beams of black light that could penetrate everything in the world. Nothing tangible could resist it. However, when the black light hit the dead soulworm, it was absorbed by the dead soulworm, and nothing was left. Then, the dead soulworm uttered a low voice and sneered, "Any attack is useless against me." This was because the dead soulworm was also a non-tangible existence. In other words, it was a soul. It was born with a soul, but no physical form. The demonic god of six paths was greatly shocked. Then, he took out a shabby, ancient, blood-stained robe and shook it in the air. The robe fluttered in the wind, and an amazing aura burst out from it. The aura of the robe surpassed all fairy artifacts. It was an imitation of an emperor-based saint artifact. The 9 Emperor Shroud. The first prince shouted in surprise. Chapter 1292. I can't believe the demonic god of six paths has hidden this item. The emperor who opened up the galaxy? Su Yu was secretly surprised. The demonic dimension's knowledge of the world's secrets was far greater than that of the outside world. Kailar, the demonic god of six paths, instilled his divine power into it and threw it out. Suddenly, the 9 Emperor Shroud expanded infinitely and turned into 1,000,000 square meters, enveloping the dead soul worm along with a galaxy. With a sizzling sound, everything wrapped in it melted into a pool of blood, dripping down the shroud. As the shroud continued to shrink, it finally shrunk back to its original form. The divine clothes were completely silent. Presumably, the dead soul worm had also been killed. The demonic god of six paths looked a bit relaxed. Suddenly, Xinyi squirmed. From under the divine clothes, a bug slowly crawled out. It was bathed in blood. If it wasn't the dead soul bug, then who could it be? The demonic god of six paths was shocked. He didn't even give up the divine robe and retreated quickly. The dead soul worm let out a playful grin and whispered in insect language, "It's over." Kai, the dead soul worm, opened its mouth and absorbed the soul of the demonic god of six paths. In an instant, a magnificent soul was forcibly removed from the body of the demonic god of six paths. The demonic god of six paths was shocked and shouted, "Immortal demon heart." Puff, his chest exploded, and his devil heart flew out on its own to block his divine soul before exploding. After the explosion, a lifeless divine soul appeared. This was the true owner of the devil heart. Whoosh, the sluggish soul of the demonic god of six paths was devoured, and his soul returned to his body. But before he could escape, the sucking force of the dead soul worm came again. The demonic heart that the demonic god of six paths had just condensed was swallowed again. The consciousness of the dead soul worm leaked out a tyrannical aura. It was clearly enraged, and its soul-devouring power increased exponentially. The demonic heart of the demonic god of six paths was immediately devoured. From the perspective of Su Yu and the others, they saw the demonic god of six paths was motionless. Then, one demonic heart after another flew out of his chest. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 demon hearts flew out. In addition to the 10 that the first prince had destroyed, he now had a total of 40 demon heart. He actually killed so many Fiend Celestials and used their Fiend Celestial hearts to cultivate the immemorial Fiend Celestial heart. The second princess said in surprise, "That's impossible. So many demons have died. Why didn't they notice?" The sixth princess was also very surprised, but she said calmly, "It's very easy to understand. Many deities joined the Holy Magic Hall and then disappeared. It's very likely that they were taken by the demonic god of six paths to practice. No one dared to inquire about the mysteries of the Holy Magic Hall. But I'm almost at my limit," the sixth princess said. Over the years, after joining the Holy Magic Hall, there were only more than 50 gods who had never shown up again. Once the demonic heart was used up, it would be the demonic god of six paths' turn to have his own demonic heart devoured. Once his demonic heart died, his soul would not be spared. However, the glow of the dead soul worm was very dim, and it seemed like it would not last for long. However, judging from the situation, it was more likely that the demonic god of six paths would collapse first. The demonic god of six paths' expression changed drastically. The appearance of the dead soul worms put him on the verge of death. If this continued, he would really die here. The demonic god of six paths' eyes flickered with regret. He shouted and took out the 9 broken golden wooden swords. The 3 princes and princesses were shocked when they saw the swords. Are these swords made of the golden flames forbidden wood? Even Su Yu was surprised. Didn't they say that only a piece of the golden flames forbidden wood was found, and it was used to forge 9 magic treasures to restrain the giant of the bitter sea? Why were there 9 broken swords? The first prince's eyes lit up. It turns out the rumor is true. It is said that when the golden flames forbidden wood was dug out, a set of 9 swords was hidden in the heart of the tree. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. The demonic god of six paths shouted as he took out the 9 broken swords made of the golden flames forbidden wood, cosmos sword formation. Sizzle. Instantly, the 9 broken swords formed a sword formation and landed near the dead soul worm. The 3 princes and princesses looked calm, but Su Yu was shocked. Cosmos sword formation? The 6th princess was surprised. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with the cosmos sword formation, the secret sword formation of the royal family of the demon dimension? This was the first time that she had seen Su Yu so surprised. When Su Yu saw the 9 broken swords, he had a sense of déjà vu. When the demonic god of six paths shouted the cosmos sword formation, Su Yu was completely shocked. Wasn't that the cosmos sword formation, the second part of the 9 suns cosmos sword formation? Back then, he only got the first part of the 9 suns sword formation, which used the heavenly orchid silver bamboo as the body of the sword. It was a pity that he had never found the second part of the cosmos sword formation. Hearing the 6th princess's explanation, Su Yu was quite surprised. The cosmos sword formation was a secret technique of the royal family of the demon dimension. Su Yu suddenly remembered that Qian Jun was surprised when he performed the 9 suns sword formation and found Su Yu's sword formation a little familiar. Now, Qian Jun also thought Su Yu's 9 suns sword formation was similar to the cosmos sword formation of the royal family of the demon dimension. Have you mastered this sword formation? Su Yu asked. The 3 princes and princesses were stunned and nodded. Su Yu was ecstatic. He had searched far and wide for it, but now he had found it by chance. He fixed his eyes on the cosmos sword formation performed by the demonic god of six paths. After the cosmos sword formation appeared, 4 swords flew in the sky, 4 circled around the earth, and the last one guarded in the center. That was the name of the sword formation, Cosmos. Finally, the indifferent eyes of the dead soul worm changed slightly. Then, with a sharp scream, it pounced on the demonic god of six paths cut. The demonic god of six paths shouted in a low voice. The 4 swords in the sky and the 4 swords on the earth pierced toward the dead soul worm. When the 8 swords of heaven and earth combined into one, an unprecedented sword aura burst out. The sword aura seemed to be able to split the sky and earth and destroy the chaos. When the sword aura burst out, Su Yu and the others, who were far away from the sword formation, also felt a sharp pain all over their bodies. The combination of heaven and earth, the sword aura that could split the sky, was the mystery of the cosmos sword formation. The more powerful the body of the sword was, the more horrible the sword aura would be when the 9 swords combined into one. Boom! When the 9 swords combined into one, a golden sword aura swept across the starry sky as if it was going to break the chaos and create a new world. The peerless brilliance couldn't be described by words. With a blood-curdling screech, the dead soul worm's soul body actually lost a small part of its wings. This was a medium deity who had failed to pass the ordeal. The power of the cosmos sword formation shocked Su Yu and made him extremely excited. However, after this sword attack, the 9 broken swords of the golden flames forbidden would dimmed quickly and turned into dust. Although the cosmos sword formation was powerful, it did great damage to the body of the sword. Su Yu instantly understood the 9 suns sword formation and the cosmos sword formation. The former was not powerful enough, but it could last for a long time. The latter was powerful, but it could only be used explosively and couldn't last for a long time. Su Yu didn't know how powerful the combination of the two sword formations would be. Chapter 1293. Squeak, the dead soul worm, whose wings had been cut off, did not die. It screamed horribly. Although no one could understand its language, everyone knew that the dead soul worm was completely irritated. After a loud and sharp scream, the dead soul worm emitted a red light, which made it look like a bloodworm. As the red light flashed, the demonic god of six paths covered his chest in pain. Another demon heart was destroyed. At this time, a blood-red shadow pierced through the chest of the demonic god of six paths intermittently. Then, the demonic god of six paths groaned in pain again. This time, his hand covering his chest was also pierced through. Another demon heart was destroyed. Another shadow pierced through the chest of the demonic god of six paths. Then, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, one after another, the blood-red shadows pierced through the chest of the demonic god of six paths. In just 10 breaths, 10 blood-red shadows pierced through the chest of the demonic god of six paths. The demonic god of six paths had no power to resist. He could only watch his heart being destroyed one by one, until his own demon heart was left, which was a dark red heart that was much brighter than ordinary demon hearts. When the dead soul worm pierced through the heart, it did not break immediately. Instead, it kept releasing divine energy. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Squeak, the dead soul worm shrieked, wanting to launch its final attack, but its red body gradually began to burn, dimming and becoming transparent. Its life had come to an end. Even so, the dead soul worm still turned into a broken line and went straight to the demonic god of six paths. As it slowed down, the light became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, with a bang, it turned into a spark and collapsed 10 meters away from the chest of the demonic god of six paths. The forehead of the demonic god of six paths was full of cold sweat. If he had died a little later, he would have died here today. Bang! Su Yu's life domain finally came to an end. Everyone had lost the life-saving charm of the immortal body. However, although the demonic god of six paths had been seriously injured, he could still kill all of them once. The demonic god of six paths no longer had any indifference on his face. He stared at Su Yu with infinite killing intent. It was too dangerous. This person, Su Yu, was indeed too dangerous, much more dangerous than what Princess Yunxia had expected. He had to die. The first prince could be spared for now, and the second princess and the sixth princess could also be spared for now. The demonic god of six paths had a hunch that Su Yu would be a great threat to the demon dimension in the future. Shua, the dark red body of the demonic god of six paths, flashed and teleported to the front of Su Yu's chest. Then, his monstrous divine strength pressed against Su Yu with an unshakable momentum. This was a peerless killing intent that he had used all of his strength. The first prince swung his demonic sword. The second princess and the sixth princess's expressions changed drastically. They tried their best to block this attack. Scram! His roar was like rolling thunder, sending the three of them flying. The killing intent of the demonic god of six paths was unprecedentedly firm. At this moment, no one could stop him. As for Su Yu, he had almost used up all his trump cards. He had no strength left to fight against the powerful demonic god of six paths. However, at this moment of life and death, the purple-eyed demonic god, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shot out a dazzling purple light from his eyes. The purple light pierced through the dark starry sky, passing through the endless heavens and earth. The surface of his body was burning with a layer of purple flames. "His burning his divine Tao," the eldest prince exclaimed. The divine Tao was the foundation for a deity to become a deity. Burning the divine Tao was equivalent to destroying one's divine position. Although it could be extremely powerful, a deity would never use it unless he was about to die. Heaven and earth as a prison, the purple-eyed demonic god shouted in a low voice. 2 beams of purple light shot out from his eyes and disappeared into the boundless sea. It seemed that they had touched something invisible. When the light was reflected back, it carried a vague force of the heavenly law. Burning the divine Tao was equivalent to giving up one's divine position, which would inevitably lead to the arrival of the heavenly law. When the heaven and earth as a prison fell, the reflected purple light was divided into 100 parts and intertwined to form a purple cage, which trapped the demonic god of 6 paths in the air. You are just a small deity. How dare you try to trap me by burning your divine Tao? The demonic god of 6 paths shouted as he grasped the purple light with both hands and tried to break it open. The purple cage was shaking. It seemed that it was about to be shaken off. The purple flames on the purple-eyed demonic god's body became more and more intense. He turned around and looked at Su Yu. This is all I can do for you. Su Yu, treat my apprentice well. After saying that, he turned around resolutely and disappeared into the heaven lake with the cage. No. The demonic god of 6 paths sensed his intention and roared furiously. He isolated the cage and shattered the body of the purple-eyed demonic god. However, the purple-eyed demonic god had already disappeared into the heaven lake. A terrifying devouring force engulfed the cage, which was closely connected to the demonic god of 6 paths. The demonic god of 6 paths roared unwillingly, "No, I don't want to die." As the cage disappeared into the heaven lake, the sound of the demonic god of 6 paths stopped abruptly. Plop! The first prince, the second princess, and the 6th princess collapsed on the ground as if their bodies had been sucked dry. From the appearance of the demonic god of 6 paths, to the fight with him, to the attack of the dead soul worm, to the sacrifice of the purple-eyed demonic god and the demonic god of 6 paths. Everything that had happened in the past was like a dream. Standing by the heaven lake, Su Yu bowed deeply to the demonic god of 6 paths. Have a safe journey. I will take care of your apprentice for you. Without the sacrifice of the purple-eyed demonic god, they would all have been killed today. Su Yu wanted the purple-eyed demonic god to enjoy his old age. Unexpectedly, he took the demonic god of 6 paths away. The 6th princess stared at Su Yu's lonely and sorrowful back. The relief and excitement of eliminating the demonic god of 6 paths disappeared. She pursed her lips, came up behind Su Yu, and said softly, "The purple-eyed demonic god was not famous in his life, but he killed the first demonic god of the demonic dimension. In his heart, he was actually very happy. Compared to passing away in a mediocre manner, I think he would rather die a heroic death." Su Yu nodded slightly, looked back at her, and said, "Thank you. When will there be no more sacrifices?" Su Yu looked at the vast world. The 6th princess said, "Unless one transcends the world and becomes the creator of the world, he will always be a speck of dust in the world, at the mercy of fate." Su Yu looked at the world thoughtfully. The demonic god of 6 paths was gone, but Su Yu couldn't relax. Because there was still an existence far more powerful than the demonic god of 6 paths. The first demon emperor. He was the most horrifying existence in the Xing River. One day, the fate of all creatures would be destroyed and become nutrients for him to become a medium god. The demonic dimension. Without you, how peaceful would the Xing River be? Su Yu's eyes were cold. Whether it was the Zhenlong continent, the Jojo world, the Eastern Alliance, the world of divine remains, or the Western Alliance, all misfortunes and tragedies were related to the demonic dimension. As long as the first demon emperor was alive, the Xing River would not be peaceful. Su Yu's eyes were shining with determination. He had found what he wanted to do. He wanted to create a tomorrow and a future for himself and the creatures of the Xing River. However, before that, some people and things had to be settled. Book deity, you hid in the demonic dimension, and I couldn't do anything to you. Now that you have come out, let's write off all our grievances. Su Yu's eyes were cold. If the Sheng deity hadn't come back in time, Su Yu wouldn't have had the chance to release the dead soul worm. The book deity wasn't strong, but he was extremely good at seizing opportunities. The damage he caused was no less than any other deity. If he was given a chance, Su Yu had no doubt that the damage he would cause would be comparable to the demonic god of 6 paths. The 6th princess frowned. The book deity is cunning. Master has forced him into a dead end many times, but he can always use the book as a substitute to escape. If we are not fully prepared, I am afraid it will be difficult to kill him completely. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He has no chance to escape again. I have already understood why he can escape every time. The first time he used the book as a substitute, the second time, and the third time. No matter how stupid Suyu was, he could still detect the clues. Let's go. Catch up with the Shung deity. It's time to fight the book deity to the death, Suyu shouted. Swish. A group of people quickly broke through the air and chased in the direction of the Shung deity. What they didn't know was that after they left, a bubble suddenly popped up in the middle of the heavenly lake. A black pillar that was 100,000 feet long emerged from the heavenly lake in an unremarkable way. If one looked closely, they would discover that the pillar was actually a single hair. Half a day later, in the distant sky, the Shung deity guarded the entrance of a dead cavern world. She said coldly, "Book deity, there is no need to hide anymore. You have done all kinds of evil, you deserve this day." In the cavern world, there was dead silence, and the book deity did not respond. However, with her senses, the Shung deity could feel the breath of the book deity and the fluctuations of his divine power. After hesitating for a moment, the Shung deity gritted her teeth and decided to step into the cavern world. "Don't go in." At this moment, Suyu's loud voice came from the end of the world. The Shung deity was stunned and saw Suyu leading the three princes and princesses in a hurry. Seeing that they were still alive, she was overjoyed. So, they escaped from the hands of the terrible demonic god. "Why are you here?" the Shung deity asked. Suyu landed and stared at the cavern world. He said in a deep voice, "If we didn't come, we would have to collect your corpse." The Shung deity was displeased. "The strength of the book deity is far inferior to mine. What you said is really, then look at what that is." Suyu pointed to an area outside the cavern world that was hidden by a formation. The eldest prince's eyes flashed, and the demonic sword swept forward, breaking the formation. She saw that in that area, there were 3 pitch-black world-breaking talismans, waiting to be activated. World-breaking talismans? The Shung deity was taken aback. If this talisman was activated, the entire cavern world would be destroyed. Even if the Shung deity could resist the power of the world-breaking talismans, it was impossible to keep herself from being seriously injured in the destruction of the cavern world. If the book deity took the opportunity to attack, the probability of her death was as high as 80%. Thinking of this, the Shung deity was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. So, the breath of the book deity in the cavern world was disguised by him to lure me in? Suyu nodded. That's most likely the case. Chapter 1294. Suyu said in a low voice, "This is the tricky part of the book deity. The book deity, the book deity, the world thinks that he became a deity through books, but they don't know that his body is a book. In this world, wherever there is a book, he can instantly create a clone with a book, and his real body will be reborn in a very distant place in the form of another book. This is why he can leave safely even though we have forced him into a desperate situation many times. Unless there was only one book left in the family, he could easily escape with a thought. This was also why the book deity could escape without being noticed by the Shung deity and put down the bait to lure the Shung deity in." Hearing this, the Shung deity was shocked. "Does that mean he can never be killed? There are as many books in the world as there are hairs on an ox." Suyu shook his head. "No. If he could use this method at any time, he would not have been injured by me and left behind the bad luck. If my guess is correct, the book deity's method has a time limit. Every time he uses it, he needs a period of time before he can use it again." Suyu's eyes gradually narrowed. "He lured you into the trap, and his real body must be hiding nearby. Once you are seriously injured, he will immediately appear and give you a fatal blow. So, the book deity who has just replaced his real body is nearby. If we can find him before he replaces his real body, it will be easy to kill him." As he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Well, it's time to end this lowly thing. The Shung deity almost fell into the trap and hated the book deity even more. "Let's split up and search separately. He must be able to sense the range of this cavern world. Your cultivation is above his, and you must be able to sense his existence." Suyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Book deity, let's see where you can escape this time." Soon, the first prince's eyes flashed. "Found him. He runs quite fast." "Direction?" Suyu said. "East. Isn't east the direction of the Great Eastern Alliance?" Suyu's eyes were deep. Let's go, to the west. The first prince was stunned. West. His breath is definitely in the east, and it is disappearing quickly. In other words, the aura of the book deity in the east must be the book deity himself. Suyu shook his head and said, I know this opponent very well. The one in the east is definitely not his real body. The time it took for him to change his substitute is shorter than I thought. But to be on the safe side, first prince, you will search for the aura in the east. We will search in the west. The west was the direction of the heaven lake. The Shung deity frowned and said, even if the aura of the book god in the east is a camouflage, why are you so sure that it is the direction of the heaven pool instead of the south and the north? Suyu said, it is very simple. You chased him all the way from the heaven lake to here, and he could only leave behind books along the way as a substitute. There were no books in the south and north that could be used as a substitute, so he could only change into his real body and flee back. The Shung deity's eyes lit up. What Suyu said was indeed reasonable. She couldn't help but praise, you are really the nemesis of the book deity. Wasn't that right? He had subdued the book deity all the way from the Great Eastern Alliance to the Devil World, and then from the Devil World to here. Not only did he kill his entire family, but he was also going to kill himself. Whoosh, the crowd was divided into two groups. The first prince first caught up with the aura of the book deity in the east, and the result was exactly the same as Suyu had guessed. A book containing the aura and divine power of the book deity was placed on a divine bone ship, driven by a little demon, and rushed to the east. The first prince immediately notified Suyu through the communication jade pendant. At the same time, he turned back and headed to the west, with admiration in his eyes. Suyu is really a divine man. I am afraid that the book deity will not be able to escape this time. In the west. Soon, the eyes of the sixth princess flickered, and she was the first to discover the aura and divine power of the book deity. In the west, he is galloping towards the heaven lake. Sure enough. 2 hours later, the sixth princess said, the aura and divine power have stopped. Everyone rushed over to take a look, and an abandoned book was gradually dissipating. It is him. The sixth princess stared at Suyu with her pretty eyes full of worship. Suyu had guessed it correctly. Suyu smiled coldly. If we continue to chase him, he can only escape to the west. Half an hour later, the sixth princess found the fluctuations of the book deity again. He is trying to escape to the south. Suyu said, second princess, you chase him to the south and force him to replace his real body. Yes. The second princess quickly flew away. Soon after, the second princess received a message and found the book deity, but he replaced his real body on the spot and escape. Almost at the same time, the sixth princess sensed the west, and the aura and divine power of the book deity reappeared. He is going to escape to the north. Shung deity, it's your turn to force him to change his real body. The Shung deity immediately flew over and found the gloomy tree goddess. Forced to escape, the book deity replaced his real body. He returned to the west. Suyu sneered. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the book deity left more than 3 escape routes. However, it should be the end soon. The sixth princess found the aura of the book deity again. This time he fled south again. Suyu said, this time it is up to you. He has been replaced several times, and the distance between us and him is getting shorter and shorter. He has lost the time to replace his real body. Half an hour later, the aura of the book deity in the south disappeared, and he was replaced for the last time by a real body in the west. Suyu was too close to him, and there was not enough time to wait for the next replacement. Finally, 2 hours later, beside the heaven lake, the book deity had nowhere to run. Although he left a few more books in the north and south, there was no time for him to continue to replace them. Because it was indeed as Suyu said, every time he replaced his real body, it took at least 2 hours. Book deity, it's time to end, Suyu said lightly, and the emerald light flashed around him, and the tree goddess appeared. Today's tree goddess was comparable to the all-access merchant god, and it was easy to kill the book deity. The book deity was physically overdrawn, and his face was pale as paper. Enough. You have forced me to this point, isn't it enough? If you don't die, of course, it's not enough. Suyu's eyes were murderous. The book deity sighed. In fact, with our wisdom, if we can join forces, we can control the entire Xing River. Why bother killing each other? Oh, book deity, you and I are both smart people. Don't tell me this kind of trick to play with people's hearts, Suyu interrupted him ruthlessly. You can't escape death today. I only give you two choices. First, I will imprison your soul and torture it forever. Second, I will give you a quick death, but you have to answer a question for me. The book deity did not hesitate to choose the second option because there was still hope of survival. What is the question? The book deity's eyes turned as if he was thinking about countermeasures and how to get out of this predicament. Suyu said coldly, I want to know what is the relationship between you and Yunyazi. In the mansion of the glittering deity, Suyu unexpectedly learned that Yunyazi was actually the book deity. Chapter 1295. Is he in the Xing River? The book deity, who was thinking about how to escape, suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise. What? Suyu narrowed his eyes. The book deity meant that Yunyazi didn't belong to the Xing River. Could it be that there was an unknown world outside the Xing River? You really know about his existence. What is your relationship with him? Suyu's eyes were full of cold light. The book deity was shocked. His eyes were flashing violently. Apparently, he was still surprised by Yunyazi. Suyu felt even more suspicious, and his gaze turned cold. I'd better search your soul to find out. The tree deity flashed with green light and stretched out two vines to wrap the book deity. The book deity was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He was caught by the tree deity. However, when the tree deity wrapped him up, suddenly, there was a loud noise under the heaven pool, which set off a 30-meter-high wave. A black hair pierced through the wave and wrapped around the book deity who was close to the heaven pool. The book deity screamed and tried to move forward. He was going to pull out the black hair from the bottom of the heaven pool together. Suyu was stunned by this sudden scene. How could something come out from the bottom of the heaven pool? When he saw the black hair, Suyu was shocked and shouted in a low voice, Tree deity, push the book deity into the heaven pool. That black hair was the hair of the giant of the bitter sea. It was tens of thousands of meters high and was full of the unique corrosive smell of the giant of the bitter sea. However, the giant of the bitter sea was in the realm of demons, so it was impossible for him to appear in the heaven pool. The only explanation was that the demonic god of six paths used the hair of the giant of the bitter sea to stretch out of the heaven pool after falling into the bottom of the heaven pool. He was going to wrap the book deity and pull the hair up through him. There was no doubt that the demonic god of six paths was lying on the hair. Once the book deity pulled the hair up, the demonic god of six paths would be released. Suyu was shocked. He couldn't use the realm of life again. He couldn't find another dead soul worm or a purple-eyed demonic god who burned his divine path to perish together with him. Once he got up, everyone would die. Not a single one of them would be able to escape. The tree goddess was stunned for a moment. After realizing that something was wrong, she made a prompt decision. The two vines that were wrapped around the book deity pushed the book deity into the heaven pool. His hair was being pulled, and the vines were pushing. Even if the book deity's cultivation suddenly skyrocketed, it wouldn't help. Wait, don't, Putong, the book deity was pushed into the heaven lake. The black hair immediately let go of the book god and wrapped around the two vines of the tree god. The tree goddess made a prompt decision and cut off the vines. With a curl of his hair, he pulled the two broken vines into the water. After two failures, his hair was on the verge of collapsing, as if he could no longer hold on. However, right at this time, the hair suddenly exerted force, extending a large section, sweeping through the starry river. The tree goddess screamed, and her whole body surged with divine light. She grabbed Suyu and was about to teleport. However, the hair was too fast. Just as Suyu was about to teleport, it wrapped itself around his legs. The tree goddess immediately grabbed it, but its hair was wrapped tightly, and it could not break free at all. At the same time, the hair under the water started to climb up crazily, using Suyu as an anchor. The aura of the demonic god of six paths was faintly discernible. The tree goddess was anxious and tried to cut the hair, but no matter what she did, she couldn't move the hair at all. and under the water, a dark red, imposing figure was about to climb out of the water along with his hair. It's too late. Let go of me. Suyu stared at the tree goddess and sighed softly. The tree goddess's crystal eyes were full of determination. No, I can't let go of you. If I let go of you, you will never come back. If I don't let go of you, no one will come back. Suyu, who was very calm in the face of death, slapped the hands of the tree goddess with a backhand. Just at the moment when the hair was released, Suyu was pulled into the hair by a great force. Under the water, the dark red demonic figure, who was about to emerge from the water, roared unwillingly, no. Plop. As Suyu fell into the heaven lake, the magnificent devouring force swallowed Suyu, the demonic god of 6 paths, and the hair into the water again. No. The tree goddess screamed and rushed over, but she only got a drop of water. Suyu. The tree goddess murmured softly as she looked at the ripples that were gradually calming down. Her pretty face was full of tears. Her crystal eyes, which used to be bright, were now full of tears. Standing on the heaven lake and crying for a long time, the tree goddess's eyes were full of sadness and despair, but she smiled with tears on her face. You took me away from Jojo, and I will follow you to the end of the world. The beautiful figure tilted and was about to fall into the heaven lake to follow Suyu. Swoosh. Fortunately, a beautiful figure arrived in time and intercepted her by a hair's breadth. You are crazy. The 6th princess rushed back to the heaven lake and saw this scene. The tree goddess said, Suyu also fell into the heaven lake, and I want to follow him. Boom. The 6th princess was also stunned for a moment, as if she had been struck by thunder. An inexplicable feeling of emptiness surged in her heart, and the 6th princess also looked at the heaven lake without saying a word. Soon after, the first prince, the Shung deity, and the 2nd princess rushed back. After learning that Suyu had fallen into the heaven lake, they were all silent. They thought that the demonic god of 6 paths had been killed. Who knew that his vitality was so tenacious that he not only did not die, but also dragged Suyu into the heaven lake? What should we do now? The 2nd princess asked. Without Suyu, they seemed to have lost their backbone and were at a loss. The tree goddess said, you should go to the Great Eastern Alliance. With Shimen Jian and Linlang Fan, you should be able to settle down. As for me, you don't have to worry about me. Everyone present understood what she meant. The first prince was silent for a long time, and his eyes were shining. I don't think there is any need to be so pessimistic. Think about it, the demonic god of 6 paths has not died after falling into the heaven lake for so long, so it is not like the rumors say. Once he is swallowed, he will die immediately. Maybe he is not dead yet. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and the tree goddess's hollow eyes regained focus. The 6th princess's eyes were full of splendor, and she suddenly stood up. Yes. If it was someone else who fell in, they might have died, but Suyu. Who is he? When he came to the demon dimension, he was not even a little demon king, but what happened? Not only did he leave the demon dimension, but he also turned the demon dimension upside down. He can come and go freely in the demon dimension. Who knows if he will do the same under the heaven lake? The tree goddess's eyes were completely restored, and she said, you are right, he will not die. He has escaped from the giant of the bitter sea twice, let alone a mere heaven lake. Shung deity, take them back to the Great Eastern Alliance, unite the 2 alliances, gather all the cavern worlds in the starry sky, and finish what he has not finished. The tree goddess said. What about you? The 6th princess asked. The tree goddess smiled slightly, and her smile was indifferent and elegant. Looking at the water of the heaven lake, her expression was unprecedentedly gentle. I will wait for him to come back. 1 year is not 10 years, and 10 years is not 100 years. I am used to waiting. The 6th princess's heart ached, and she felt a sense of loss, as if they were in the same boat. Holding back her tears, she said with mixed feelings, okay, let's go. The tree goddess looked back at her and said, I will wait for him, together with you. Thank you. The 6th princess lowered her head and teleported away. Only a crystal teardrop floated in the galaxy. The first prince sighed faintly. The 6th princess is proud and arrogant, and she has never fallen in love with anyone. If she does, she will not finish what she started. Swish. All the gods left, leaving the tree goddess sitting cross-legged on the edge of the heaven lake. She turned into a giant tree of this galaxy, standing quietly next to the heaven lake. Gulp. Suyu was pulled into the heaven lake and drank a few mouthfuls of water. The water of the heaven lake was extremely cold, and when the water entered the body, it froze the flesh. What was even more helpless was that under the water, there was a huge and incomparable force. No matter how he resisted, he was ruthlessly swept down. This descent lasted for half a day, as if the bottom of the heaven lake was as deep as a bottomless pit. Until half a day later, Suyu saw a dark cave at the bottom of the lake. The swallowing force was coming from the cave. Around the cave, it was smooth, and there was no place to hide. There was no place to hide. Suyu transformed all the power of the 5 elements into gold and used his divine power to protect his body. Under such circumstances, he was swallowed into the cave. Suyu was dizzy from the rapid flow of water, and it took a long time for it to stop. When the water flow gradually eased, Suyu opened his eyes and found that he was deep in an underwater world. There were ancient buildings at the bottom of the sea everywhere, which looked very ancient. Most of them had been eroded by the water, and only some of them were damaged. What a large ruin! Suyu used his soul to scan the surroundings. At least hundreds of millions of miles around him were ruins. Right at this moment, Suyu's head turned black as if something had swum past him. Suyu was shocked. He was using his soul to check the surroundings, but he didn't notice something had swum past his head. Suyu had a premonition of danger, so he swam into a well-preserved ancient ruin. Unlike air, swimming was much slower than flying. What was more strange was that the power of the 5 elements, which could teleport, couldn't be used in this place. It seemed that the power of water in the bottom of the sea was too strong, which led to the imbalance of the 5 elements. Therefore, it was difficult to gather enough power of the 5 elements to teleport. What bad luck, Suyu said to himself. The demonic god of 6 paths had been dragged into this strange underwater world, which was really bad luck. Ah-woo. Suddenly, a very faint sound came into Suyu's ears. What? Suyu squinted his eyes and glanced around vigilantly, but there was no one in the ruins. However, Suyu always trusted his intuition. Suyu's eyes turned white as he activated his transparent eye, which could see through everything. Suddenly, he fixed his eyes on the corner of the ruins. 2 strange creatures came into his sight. They were half human and half fish creatures. The upper body was a human, and the lower body was a fish covered with scales. Judging from their appearance, they were 2 women. One was in her early 20s, and the other was 15 or 16 years old. Both of them were extremely beautiful, especially the older one. She had soft golden hair, bright green eyes like luminous pearls, and delicate facial features. Among the human beings, she was 1 in a million. The younger one was not bad either. Her skin was fair, and her face was slightly round. She looked innocent and lovely. Both of them were carrying a small basket on their backs. At this moment, they were hugging each other tightly and looking at Suyu in fear. When they found Suyu's eyes were fixed on them, they hugged each other even tighter. However, they didn't move at all. Don't hide. I can see you, Suyu said calmly. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 mermaids flapped their giant tails and fled like a series of residual shadows. Suyu smiled. Then, a chain formed by the power of the 5 elements flew out abruptly. Chapter 1296. The little mermaid was scared, and the big mermaid stared at Suyu coldly, mumbling something. Strange, it's a rare ancient language. This language has disappeared from the Xing River for hundreds of millions of years. Suyu responded in the language of the mermaids. He had learned all the languages that Yunyazi had taught him, including this lost language. The big mermaid was stunned. Apparently, she did not expect Suyu to speak in the language of their race. Kill us, we will not submit to you. Suyu touched his cheek. Is it written on my face that I am a bad person, or do I look like a bad person? From the perspective of human aesthetics, Suyu's handsomeness was very rare. There is no need to hide it. You were sent by the Yakshaw tribe to take us back to get married, right? We swear to die, the big mermaid said firmly. Suyu shook his head. I don't care what the Yakshaw tribe is now. I just want to ask you, where is this place? Huh? The two mermaids looked at each other suspiciously. The little mermaid said, Sister, he doesn't seem to be from the Yakshaw tribe. He looks a little better than a Yakshaw. Suyu's face darkened. Although I don't know what a Yakshaw looks like, I don't know why I feel deeply insulted. Don't bully her, come at me. The big mermaid straightened her chest and looked straight at Suyu. This is the waters of the mermaid tribe. I'm asking about the entire region. The big mermaid was stunned. The entire region? You mean the Empire of Darkness? I'm asking about all the places, that is, this world. The big mermaid was surprised. Why do you ask this? This world is the ancient god realm, right? Gulp. Suyu was shocked, and his divine power was out of control. The power of the 5 elements was even more chaotic, causing water to enter his mouth and he almost choked. Suyu forced himself to calm down and asked in astonishment, Say that again. Where is this place? The big mermaid looked inexplicable. What a strange person. You don't even know that you live in the ancient god realm? Hiss. Suyu sucked in a long, cold breath. This is the ancient god realm. The legendary ancient god realm where the overlords of the Xing River and the divine warriors of heaven and earth walked. Under the heaven pool, there was an ancient civilization that had been lost for hundreds of millions of years. After being shocked for a long time, Suyu finally calmed down. Staring at the two mermaids in front of him, Suyu said, Don't be afraid, I'm not here to hurt you. I just came here by accident and want to ask for some information. As he spoke, he untied the 5 elemental chains. After a few words, the big and small mermaids also realized that Suyu really had no malicious intentions towards them. The little mermaid hid behind the big mermaid and timidly stuck out her head. Actually, my sister and I are not hiding from you. Oh. If you aren't hiding from me, then who are you hiding from? Suyu asked in surprise. 9-headed Escod. Fear appeared in the big mermaid's eyes. Suddenly, Suyu recalled the huge, mysterious black shadow that flashed past his head, and his heart shuddered slightly. Now, Suyu didn't have any deities by his side to help him. Even if he ran into any ordinary deity, Suyu would have a hard time dealing with him. However, what was Escod? At this moment, there was a slight movement outside the ruins. The mermaid's expression changed drastically. Not good, it's the tomb guardian spirit. Let's go. She took the little mermaid and immediately fled. Before leaving, she looked back at Suyu and hesitantly said, You don't seem to be familiar with this place. Come with us, we will take you to a safe place. Tomb guardian spirit? What was that thing? However, Suyu still followed them. The mermaid was extremely fast in the water, and in a few blinks of an eye, Suyu was left behind. In desperation, Suyu transformed all the power of the 5 elements into the power of water, covering the surface of his body, creating water currents that propelled Suyu to swim. His speed suddenly soared, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the mermaid. In the arms of the big mermaid, the little mermaid opened her mouth wide, as if an egg could be stuffed in it. She was surprised and said, My God, what kind of species are you? How can you swim so fast? The blue veins on Suyu's forehead twitched. Why was this little girl's words so unpleasant? Don't talk, the tomb guardian spirit's hearing is very sensitive. The big mermaid lowered her voice. Suyu followed them all the way through the underwater ruins. In just one day, they actually crossed the distance of a cavern world. To Suyu's surprise, the ruins along the way did not stop. It could be seen that in the past, this place was extremely prosperous. We're almost there, the big mermaid said. Suyu looked into the distance and faintly saw a dark thing, slanted into the bottom of the water. Its size was exaggerated, as it was 10 times the size of a cavern world. When he got closer, he could clearly see that it was a giant ship that had sunk to the bottom of the water. Its whole body was dark, giving people a huge sense of oppression. On the hull of the ship, there were extremely complex runes, each of which was an ancient rune that had been lost in the Xing River world. On both sides of the giant ship, there were dark holes, each of which had an extremely huge cannon lying in it. The giant cannon was very old, all in the shape of a dragon's head, full of boundless domineering majesty. Looking directly at the giant cannon, Suyu felt a chill down his spine and said, What is this? The sacred sky ship. Haven't seen it before? The big mermaid was puzzled. The sacred sky ship, was this also a product of the ancient god realm? You don't even know this? The little mermaid's little mouth was crooked. Swoosh! At this time, a subtle flow of water came from behind. The big mermaid's face changed. Something is catching up, it's the tomb guard spirit. Suyu frowned. It's not one, it's thousands of them. In terms of perception, Suyu was far better than them. By the way, what is the tomb guard spirit you are talking about? Suyu asked. After running for so long, he had not seen a single tomb guard spirit. The big mermaid was already numb to Suyu's lack of common sense. She said, the tomb guard spirit is born from the ancient tomb of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. As long as there is a tomb of the divine warrior of heaven and earth, there will definitely be a tomb guard spirit. They are very fierce. After they are born, they will leave the ancient tomb and wander around the ancient god realm. They will eat any living creature they see. They are very fierce. What do they look like? Suyu was slightly surprised. It sounded a little familiar. There are all kinds of appearances. The little mermaid made an exaggerated gesture. They are very ugly, just a little better than Yaksha. Suyu glared at her. Just now, she also said the same thing about Suyu's appearance. However, Suyu did feel that it was very familiar. He thought about it in his mind and couldn't help but think of something. Not good. We can't escape. The big mermaid noticed the rapid changes in the water, and her heart sank. She turned her beautiful eyes and fell on Suyu. She gritted her teeth and pushed the little mermaid in her arms to Suyu. You swim faster than me. Please take my sister back, I will resist the tomb guard spirit. The little mermaid moved her tail and turned back, saying, No, how can I stop it? Even brother Ba will be swallowed up in one breath. There is no other way. You go first, or none of you will be able to escape. The big mermaid shouted. At this moment, two arms grabbed their waists and hugged them together. Will it be okay if we go together? The big mermaid's face turned red. She was obviously not used to such intimacy, but she had no time to care. She hurriedly said, You can't escape with both of us. Suyu shrugged and quickly swam away with one in each hand. The giant ship seemed to be far away because it was extremely huge. In fact, it was still 4 hours away. After an hour, the tomb guard spirit finally caught up with them. Behind them, there was a dark mass of endless cruelty that could be felt from a distance. Suyu was stunned. It really is this thing. The faces of the big mermaids were gloomy. They were doomed. The big mermaid was even more resentful. I said, if you take me with you, you and your sister can't escape. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Suyu put down the two of them and said, You said it yourself, there is no escape. Why are you still running? You. The big mermaid was angry and thought that Suyu was stupid, but on second thought, what was the difference between running and not running? Wait a minute, I will be back soon, Suyu said, and in a flash, he turned back. Ah, you are crazy. The big mermaids were shocked. Puff. However, soon after, the dark mass of tomb guard spirits behind them suddenly exploded into a sea of blood. Thousands of tomb guard spirits were killed in an instant. Boundless blood and minced meat rushed over along the surging waves and rushed in front of them. The heads of the ferocious corpses were presented in front of them. Well, it's cleaned up. Suddenly, a person walked out of the sea of blood with a relaxed look and said with a faint smile, It turns out that the tomb guard spirits are wild beasts, which is similar to what I thought. Fierce, devouring everything, often in groups, and very similar to the wild beasts in the Xing River. The problem was, since the wild beasts were born in the tomb of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. Then, where did the wild beasts in the Xing River come from? Was it the tomb of the divine warrior of heaven and earth in the Xing River? The big mermaid was stunned and looked at Suyu without blinking, as if she was looking at a monster. When she glanced at the blood at the bottom of the water, the big mermaid trembled for a long time and said, You killed them all? Suyu nodded. No. The big mermaid breathed a sigh of relief. That was more like it. How could they kill all of them? But where did so much blood come from? It seems that 2 or 3 ran away, Suyu continued. The big mermaid's face stiffened again. The little mermaid gasped and said in surprise, "You killed them all by yourself? Even Brother Ba couldn't do it." "Okay, let's go," Suyu said, but as soon as he moved, his body suddenly froze and he looked back with a deep frown. "It's really troublesome, there are still more." The big mermaid came back to her senses and said, "There are still tomb guard spirits. Can you still kill them?" Suyu shook his head. "I used to be able to kill them easily, but now it's a bit tricky." The big mermaid was stunned. They were so fierce just now, but they couldn't kill them in the blink of an eye. "Let's go, I don't want to fight head-on against the god-level tomb guard spirits for the time being," Suyu said lightly, once again holding the 2 of them and flying towards the giant ship. Chapter 1297. After calming down, the big mermaid subconsciously sensed behind her. After a long time, she still did not feel the slightest breath of the gods. She could not help but be suspicious and secretly said, "Where is the god-level tomb guard spirit? Look at him, he is so calm. Is he deliberately exaggerating?" After a long time, the so-called god-level tomb guard spirit still did not appear. They were very close to the giant ship, and they could feel the breath of the mermaid clan here. The big mermaid was completely relieved and confirmed her guess. She said with a smile, "Where is the god-level tomb guard spirit you mentioned?" Suyu shrugged. "It has always been around us. Then why can't we see it?" The big mermaid smiled even more and thought, "If the god-level tomb guard spirit is really around us, how can you be so calm?" Suyu said, "It's normal that you can't feel it." Suyu had 2 celestial origin god and hidden divine power. Of course, his perception of the breath of the gods was far better than that of ordinary creatures. The big mermaid in front of him was only a mortal fairy 4th realm, still far from being a quasi-god. The big mermaid shook her head and chuckled. "Well, even if I can't feel it, today you saved me and my sister. The mermaid tribe will thank you. Without Suyu's help, the sisters would not have been able to escape the pursuit of thousands of tomb guard spirits. I did not save you for gratitude. Well, let's go into the giant ship." Suyu's eyes flashed and he said lightly. After an hour, they finally arrived at the giant ship. The giant ship was half the size of the cavern world. At such a close distance, they could not see its appearance at all. They could only see a dark wall that extended to the depths of the sky. Even closer, they found that the surface of the battleship was undulating with many buildings. The surface of its body was a cavern world. Suyu was shocked. The entire cavern world was built into a battleship. Such a shocking method of creation was lost in Xing River. Through this battleship, it could be seen how prosperous the ancient god realm was. On the surface of the giant ship, there was a barrier formed by the hull of the ship, exuding a faint reddish light. Suyu simply looked at it and was surprised. The strength of the barrier was stronger than the barrier of any cavern world in the Xing River. Even the barrier of the demon world was slightly inferior. Even the demonic god of 6 paths wouldn't be able to break through such a horrifying world barrier, let alone ordinary deities. Unless the giant of the bitter sea personally took action, no one in the galaxy could break this barrier. And this was only a remnant barrier that relied on the silent giant ship's array formation. The complete barrier back then must have been even more powerful. Suyu felt as if he had suddenly entered an extremely prosperous civilization from the Stone Age. What kind of era is the ancient god realm? Suyu couldn't help but murmur. When the big mermaid heard this, she also showed a bit of emotion. "Yes, we also often wonder why such a terrifying and prosperous era was destroyed overnight. A mere broken battleship protected our mermaid tribe for hundreds of millions of years. What kind of scene was the ancient god realm in its heyday?" The little mermaid pursed her lips and said, "The books say that it was an era of divine warriors. Generation after generation of divine warriors of heaven and earth were born, creating the legendary Gold Clan, Silver Clan, and Bronze Clan. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Except for the remnants of the Bronze Clan, the Gold Clan, the Silver Clan, and the divine warriors of heaven and earth all fell together. For hundreds of millions of years, no new divine warriors of heaven and earth were born. As the three of them reminisced, they came under the barrier. There was an entrance here that could be opened from the inside. If no one responded, even if the demonic god of six paths came, he could only leave with hatred. The big mermaid sacrificed a drop of blood and dripped it on a jade plate at the entrance. The drop of blood seemed to have some kind of sensing effect. Soon, an excited voice came from the inside. The two princesses are back. Princesses? Suyu was surprised and looked at the two of them again. The big mermaid showed a bit of pride and said, "Are you surprised? My sister and I are actually the princesses of the mermaid tribe. What does it have to do with me whether you are princesses or not?" Suyu smiled. They did not mention their identities along the way for the sake of safety, in case Suyu had any evil thoughts. The big mermaid frowned. "You are really annoying." Buzz. With a soft sound, the entrance opened halfway, but there was still a barrier. However, they could already see each other's situation. Inside the barrier, there was a team of mermaids, each holding a quaint long halberd. There were both men and women. The women were all beautiful and charming, and the men were all extraordinarily handsome. The leader was a male mermaid, with a huge fishtail in 3 colors. His body was majestic and strong, and his facial features were handsome. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, emitting a little fierce light. His aura was also very strong, at the level of a mid-stage prospective deity. He looked arrogant, but his face was particularly friendly to the two mermaids. Bei welcomes the two princesses back to the tribe. The little mermaid secretly looked at the big mermaid's complicated expression and said with a smile, "Sister, your big brother Bei has come to pick you up personally." The big mermaid said with a blank expression, "Open the door immediately, I want to see the mermaid emperor." Bei bowed and nodded, took a key the size of a human head from his neck, and probed into the barrier. Click. Boom. Pa. A series of strange sounds, as if some mechanism inside the giant ship had been activated, the sound of countless gears moving one after another. Then, the plates on the surface of the giant ship moved, inlaid with each other, and the entire surface of the giant ship was moving, making loud noises. The majestic momentum was like a science fiction movie. Finally, with a loud bang, the barrier at the entrance condensed into a door that only one person could pass through. The big mermaid took the little mermaid and stepped in first. However, the moment she entered, a 5-colored light suddenly flickered and stopped in front of the sisters. The big mermaid was shocked and took a closer look. She saw Suyu with his hands behind his back, standing calmly at the entrance, looking at the big mermaid. "What are you doing?" the big mermaid asked. Suyu said, "I'm helping you out by destroying some conspiracies. You can go in, but you'd better let go of the sister in your arms." The big mermaid was a little angry. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Haha, I'm just giving you a suggestion out of goodwill. If you're sure that putting a god-level tomb guard spirit into your mermaid tribe won't cause any problems, just take it that I'm nosy," Suyu said lightly. The mermaids inside the barrier were shocked. "A god-level tomb guard spirit? Warrior Bei, please close the entrance immediately," the mermaids behind him hurriedly said after hearing this. Bai's expression was calm as he shouted, "Calm down, he is an outsider. How can you believe his nonsense? Come out with me and kill this person." The big mermaid also hugged the little mermaid tightly, and with a sweep of her tail, she suddenly pulled back, stared at Suyu, and said coldly, "Who the hell are you? What is your purpose in approaching us?" Suyu was very suspicious, too suspicious for all parties. Now, he suddenly stopped them and said that her sister was a god-level tomb guard spirit. Of course, she suspected Suyu's identity. Suyu was a little amused. "Really? If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to get some useful information from your mermaid tribe, I wouldn't have suffered any loss watching you idiots kill yourselves." The big mermaid was stunned and thought about it carefully. What good would it do him to slander her sister as a god-level tomb guard spirit? If he really wanted to harm the mermaid tribe, why did he have to do this? Staring at her sister who was aggrieved in her arms, the big mermaid said, "What evidence do you have to say that?" "Evidence? It's simple." Suyu stared at the little mermaid coldly. "I've been wondering how the group of tomb guard spirits caught up with us," the big mermaid said. "Is it strange?" The tomb guard spirits not only have sensitive hearing, but also a very sensitive sense of smell. Even if they are hundreds of millions of miles away, they can still smell our scent. It's not strange that they have been following us all the time, right? Suyu laughed. What if I told you that I secretly erased all the scents we left along the way? In the palm of his hand, traces of silver light appeared. He did not want to entangle too much with the tomb guard spirits, so he simply separated their residual scent, leaving nothing behind. Logically speaking, the tomb guard spirits could no longer catch up with them. However, these tomb guard spirits could still find their direction in the vast water. There was only one explanation: someone was leading them. The person leading them could not be Suyu, so it could only be this pair of mermaid sisters. One of you sisters must be a well-hidden gravekeeper spirit, so I purposely set up a trap. I told you that a god-level gravekeeper spirit was tailing us, and I secretly observed your reactions. Suyu stared at the little mermaid, revealing a cold gaze. When I said that I noticed that the god-level tomb guard spirit had caught up with us, do you remember your reaction? The big mermaid was stunned. It seemed that her sister, who was usually timid, did not say a word. Yes, there was no reaction. Suyu said. The normal reaction is to be like your sister and subconsciously sense behind you, but you don't seem to have this subconscious action. What does this mean? Hearing this, the big mermaid's face changed, and she gradually let go of the little mermaid. She slowly stepped back and said, "Conch, you." The little mermaid lowered her head, and her voice, which was supposed to be bright and beautiful, let out a low growl like that of a monster. She suddenly raised her head, and her innocent and lovely little face was filled with malevolence. Roar. With a low growl, the little mermaid's body exuded an amazing tyrannical energy. Her small body was as fast as a streamer, and she instantly broke through the team of mermaids who came out to capture Suyu and went straight into the depths of the fleet. Bang! However, just as she was about to successfully enter the interior of the mermaid tribe, a small mountain suddenly fell and hit her body. The little mermaid looked up, her eyes filled with horror, and she hurriedly retreated. She narrowly avoided the suppression of the five-colored divine light, rolled a few times, and flashed to the side. When she wanted to break into the battleship again, she found that the entrance had been sealed by the small mountain. Intuition told her that the small mountain was very dangerous and should not be touched. Squeak! The little mermaid suddenly turned around and stared at Suyu with resentment, and a strange scream came from her mouth. Chapter 1298. Whoosh! Suyu turned his hand over, and a scripture shining with the light of the galaxy floated into his palm. In the past, there were no less than 10 god-level wild beasts imprisoned in this scripture, and the remaining breath of the god-level wild beasts was unparalleled. Sure enough, although the little mermaid screamed and wanted to rush over and kill Suyu, she stared at the scripture with extreme fear. Indeed, she felt the breath of blood from this human. It was not only the blood of the god-level tomb guard spirit, but also the blood of many other gods. Intuition told her that the human in front of her was very dangerous. Roar! After a loud roar, the little mermaid's eyebrows suddenly split open, and a blood-red, hair-like worm flew out and quickly disappeared into the vast bottom of the water. The little mermaid's body went limp, and she fell unconscious. Bei stepped forward to hold her, but a five-colored divine light beat him to it and gently picked her up. Suyu's eyes were pale, and he could see through every inch of her body. He sneered, "Sure enough, you have not given up yet." Kai. Suyu held a starlight in his right hand and pressed it on her chest. When the mermaids saw this, their faces were a little strange. Bei was angry. "Bastard, how dare you molest the little princess's sacred body?" Bei slapped but was stopped by the big mermaid. "Bei, stop." Flying over, the big mermaid stared at Suyu's palm. Although this palm was indeed pressed on a part that should not be touched, at this moment, if she still suspected that Suyu would harm her sister, she would really be stupid. Sure enough, the silver light in Suyu's palm slowly extracted a faint blood-red line from the little mermaid's chest, struggling and twisting unwillingly. This is the divine clone of the god-level tomb guard spirit. The big mermaid recognized it, and her pretty face turned cold. The god-level tomb guard spirit was really cunning. However, when she looked at Suyu, her crystal eyes were filled with deep surprise. Before, Suyu had said that he could kill the god-level tomb guard spirit at will, and she did not take it to heart. But now, she had to take it seriously. Because he really scared away the god-level tomb guard spirit. She didn't think that a simple threat could scare away the ferocious tomb guard spirit. Suyu must have something that the god-level tomb guard spirit was afraid of. Clenching his 5 fingers, Suyu crushed the divine thought and handed the little mermaid over to the big mermaid. Then, he waved his sleeves, put away the 5 elements mountain that blocked the entrance, and entered the ship with his hands behind his back. Bae's face turned cold as he shouted, "Stop! Who allowed you to enter without permission?" The big mermaid was angry. He had saved her and her sister twice, and he had even saved the mermaid tribe from a catastrophe. How could he have such an attitude? "Shut up!" The big mermaid shouted angrily. Bae said, "But I told you to shut up." The big mermaid's face was cold. Bae clenched his fists, the muscles in his cheeks squirming a few times, but he finally shut his mouth. However, when he looked at Suyu, his gaze was filled with resentment. Suyu calmly looked at him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. The inside of the battleship was a completely different world. There were many complicated and huge mechanisms densely packed inside the giant ship. Unfortunately, most of them were damaged, and only a small part maintained operation. The barrier protection of the battleship was one of them. Suyu looked at the ancient civilization that had been lost for hundreds of millions of years with great interest and was amazed. The civilization contained in this battleship was less than 1/10,000th of the Xing River. If he could have a complete battleship, it would be equivalent to the entire Great Western Alliance. Of course, Suyu was most curious about the giant cannons. When he came to the place where the giant cannons were placed, Suyu was disappointed to find that all the cannons were damaged internally. None of them could be used, let alone replicating them. "Master, I apologize for Bae's rudeness." The big mermaid came behind him and bowed apologetically. Suyu did not look back. He did not care. The big mermaid thought that Suyu was still angry and said helplessly, "Bae is usually very smart and capable, but maybe because we sisters are very close to you, he is jealous, so, a smart and capable person would lose his basic ability to judge the situation." Suyu looked back and said lightly, "In the case of a god-level tomb guard spirit that could sneak in, as the keeper of the key, not only did he not listen to the advice of his subordinates to immediately close the entrance to ensure the safety of the entire mermaid tribe, but he also led the guards out. Your Highness, do you really think such a person is suitable to guard such an important entrance?" The big mermaid understood the meaning behind his words. "You mean," Suyu shook his head and said, "this is an internal power dispute among the mermaids. I will not get involved, but for my personal safety, I will give you a suggestion. His performance just now has lost the quality of a capable gatekeeper. There is definitely something wrong with him. I advise you to replace him as soon as possible." The big mermaid hesitated, but Suyu's words were reasonable. Thinking about it carefully, Bae's performance was too abnormal. "Pass on my order Bae to reflect on his mistakes and hand over the entrance key to me." Not long after, a group of mermaids brought the key. "Oh, I didn't know that you have such prestige in the mermaid tribe." Suyu looked at her. For some reason, in front of Suyu, the big mermaid felt a little pressured, as if she was facing a big shot. "You can call me Luju." The big mermaid Luju said, her expression gradually becoming serious. "May I ask, when did you find out that there was a god-level tomb guard spirit in my sister's body?" Suyu looked around and said, "I noticed it when I first found you sisters." The moment the transparent eye was cast, Suyu vaguely discovered that there was something strange in the little mermaid's body, but the other party hid it well, so Suyu did not care. "From the beginning. So, my sister has long been possessed by the god-level tomb guard spirit." Luju was shocked. After pondering for a while, Greenbeard murmured, "No wonder we encountered so many gravekeeper spirits there. Everything makes sense now. At that time, there were very few tomb guard spirits in the water area. I was wondering why there were so many at once. It turns out that there were god-level tomb guard spirits nearby." Luju whispered softly. After pondering for a long time, the big mermaid's eyes gradually understood. "Perhaps you are right. There is an internal problem in our mermaid tribe. How could it be so coincidental that when our two princesses went out, they were chased by a large number of tomb guard spirits? Now that I think about it, it was our whereabouts that were leaked. My sister was possessed by the god-level tomb guard spirit, but who could it be? Suyu said lightly, it's very simple. You analyze the current situation of your tribe, and you can roughly guess who is behind it. If I am not mistaken, your tribe has recently been involved in a serious power struggle, and you are a very promising candidate for power. Luju's eyes widened, and she stuttered, who told you that? Suyu was obviously a guy who did not even have common sense. How could he know that the mermaid tribe was fighting for power? Ordinary mermaids did not know about it. However, since Suyu came in, he had not spoken to the other mermaids. How did he know? Of course you're the one who told me that. A princess can casually change the commander of a warship. This kind of abnormal situation would never happen in normal times, unless you took over the authority of the supreme ruler. But from the way they address you, you are still a princess. Therefore, you only have power, but not a name. If you don't have a name, you won't be able to speak properly. The power in your hands will definitely cause a fight. I guess that the supreme ruler has either just died or is seriously ill. Under such circumstances, isn't it normal for there to be a chaotic scene of power struggle? Luju was stunned, and after a long time, she took a few deep breaths and stared at Suyu, her beautiful eyes bursting with brilliance. You are really a god. You saw the whole picture with one move of mine. She was utterly shocked by Suyu. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that there was such an admirable and frightening creature in this world. As you said, the supreme ruler is seriously ill. He is my father, and before he fell into a coma, he handed over the power to me. As a result of my father's 3 former generals, one of them helped me wholeheartedly, while the other 2 kept their own armies and kept a distance from me. They had the intention of rebelling, intending to fight for the throne of the mermaid emperor. Suyu listened and did not say a word. Luju probed, Sir, dare I ask, between the 2 of them, who do you think is more likely to be the mastermind of this conspiracy? Them. Suyu laughed, his eyes shining brightly. I feel that you should be more wary of the brave general who helped you wholeheartedly. Luju said solemnly, Sir, General Blackfish helped me wholeheartedly. Without him, I am afraid I would not have lasted until now. The mastermind of this conspiracy could not have been him. Suyu smiled and said, See, even you think that he cannot be the murderer, let alone others. What do you mean? It's very simple. If you die, who will be the first beneficiary? Of course, it will be those 2 who kept their own armies, so they will undoubtedly be the target of suspicion. And at this time, General Blackfish, who is the most unlikely, comes to call for revenge for you and your sister. Who do you think the people of the mermaid tribe will side with? The traitor who killed the royal family, or General Blackfish, who is loyal to the royal family? Luju felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had never thought of this possibility. But he has been helping me to resist the 2 generals who are suspicious. Haha, if he sees you and your sister being suppressed to the point where you can't even breathe, won't the power be completely taken by those 2 generals? So, of course, he will support you and your sister to fight against the other 2 generals. Now, you and your sister are almost useless. Once you die, he will gain the support of the mermaid tribe. So, if you don't die, who will? Luju was struck by lightning again, and her worldview was completely subverted. Obviously, what Suyu said was all fantasy, but every sentence was incisive and to the point. It was as if Suyu was a high and mighty bystander, watching everything in the East Stream. Well, that's all I have to say. It's up to you how to choose. I am not interested in the affairs of your mermaid tribe. I am here to look up some information. Luju recovered from the shock, and her attitude towards Suyu became more respectful, as if he was a god. Sir, please speak. The mermaid tribe will fully assist you. Suyu nodded. Well, I have 2 things to investigate. First, how to leave the ancient god realm. Second, I want to collect information on all the advanced weapons in the ancient god realm. He could not stay in the ancient god realm forever. The Great War of the Galaxy was imminent, and he had to go back. Chapter 1299. Leave the ancient god realm? Lu Zhu was stunned. What are you talking about? Lu Zhu doesn't understand. Su Yu was also stunned and said hesitantly, go to the world outside the ancient god realm. There is a world outside the ancient god realm? Lu Zhu asked. This. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, realizing that he was too impatient. When he was in Xing River, did he ever think about the existence of the ancient god realm of Xing River? Let's change the question. Where did we meet? Su Yu said. That deep passage was probably the only passage between the ancient god realm and Xing River. Lu Zhu was surprised. You mean there? It is called the Endless Origin. Every moment, there is endless water of the Star River pouring in, so it is called the Endless Origin. The Endless Origin. Speaking of which, the water of the Star River was indeed pouring into the heaven pool. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Has anyone ever successfully passed through the Endless Origin? In response, Lu Zhu looked serious. No. Not even one. Since the beginning of the ancient god realm, countless imperial sacred factions have tried to explore the end of the Endless Origin, rushing against the current, but no one has succeeded. Su Yu pondered. What is the so-called imperial sacred faction? How strong are they? Lu Zhu's eyes were filled with awe. The imperial sacred faction is the descendant of the divine warriors of heaven and earth from hundreds of millions of years ago. Although those ancient divine warriors have fallen, their descendants still live in the world and control everything in the ancient god realm. They are the supreme rulers. Every sacred faction has a strong person at the level of the Holy Lord. I can't say exactly how strong they are, but they are very strong. In their hands, the god-level tomb guard spirit can be destroyed in a breath. Destroying a god-level wild beast in a breath. Su Yu was shocked. In the Xing River, there were many deities who could kill a god-level wild beast. At least the top 20 deities of the Great Eastern Alliance had this kind of strength. However, an existence that could be destroyed in a single breath, which was far superior to ordinary gods, did not exist in the Eastern and Western alliances. If one had to compare, their strength was equivalent to the demonic god of six paths. Were the descendants of the divine warriors of heaven and earth so strong? And listening to Lu Zhu's tone, there was more than one such sacred faction. If such an existence failed to pass through the Endless Origin after hundreds of millions of years, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yu to go back. What was the reason for their failure? Greenbeard thought for a while and said, that's because there's a nine-headed escod that has existed for billions of years in the Endless Origin. Anyone who gets close to it will die. Rumor has it that it's the spiritual pet of a divine emperor of heaven and earth. It lives in the Endless Origin. Once it's alarmed, even the leader of the Imperial Sacred Faction will not be able to survive. Su Yu was secretly surprised. When he recalled the giant black shadow that had suddenly flashed past his head, his heart shuddered. That must be the nine-headed escod. Even an existence like the demonic god of six paths was easily swallowed by the nine-headed escod. Just how powerful was this nine-headed escod? The reason why he survived was probably because in the eyes of the nine-headed escod, he was too insignificant and disdained to attack, right? Apart from that, there's another crucial reason for failure. There's a supreme power of laws within the Endless Origin. Anyone who tries to go against the flow will be suppressed by the power of laws, making it impossible for them to go against the flow. Su Yu recalled the indescribable devouring power that he had felt in the water, and he knew that he really couldn't resist it. Even a Star River strong man like the demonic god of six paths could barely climb out by relying on the giant of the bitter sea's hair. Thinking of this, Su Yu's heart sank. It seemed to be more troublesome than he had imagined. Just wanting to return to the Star River was already fraught with difficulties. In other words, there was no hope at all. However, I heard that during the exploration, the four great imperial sacred factions joined forces and successfully penetrated the Endless Origin. It's a pity that they didn't get any response. The nine-headed escod detected it and rushed over to devour all the faction masters of the imperial sacred faction. Hey! Su Yu suddenly remembered the information he had read about the heaven pool in the Alliance Master's mansion. Many years ago, a terrifying beam of destructive light shot out from the bottom of the heaven pool. It penetrated the Star River, penetrated the demonic dimension, and severely injured the giant of the bitter sea. Could that be the so-called energy shot out by the Imperial Sacred Faction? If that was the case, it wasn't impossible to penetrate the Endless Origin with the help of that energy. What exactly was that energy? Do you know? Luzhu shook her head. That was an extremely ancient era. Our mermaid tribe did not have detailed records of it. It was all passed down by word of mouth. However, the Mermaid Emperor once speculated that it was most likely a replica of the four great Imperial Sacred Factions' lost weapon from ancient times, the World Annihilation Plate. Su Yu's heart thumped. A weapon passed down from the ancient god realm? What is the World Annihilation Plate? Luzhu said. From the little information we have, we only know that it was the treasure of the World Annihilation Emperor, the #1 emperor of the world. It is ranked 5th and has the ability to break the rules of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's pupils shrank and he secretly gasped. The 5th-ranked Imperial Saint artifact. The Milky Way star sand was ranked 21st and it already had the ability to defy the heavens. How terrifying would the 5th-ranked be? He thought about how the demonic dimension had been penetrated and how the giant of the bitter sea had been injured. This was just a replica. The power of the real thing could be seen. If he could master this energy, could he use it to break through the rules of heaven and earth in the Endless Origin and return to the Star River? Then where is the replica of the World Annihilation Plate now? Su Yu's eyes were filled with hope. In the stomach of the nine-headed god, Luzhu said. Back then, when the faction masters of the four great Imperial Sacred Factions were devoured at the same time, the World Annihilation Plate was nowhere to be found. I think it must have been swallowed into the stomach of the nine-headed god. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Even the existence of the demonic god of 6 paths was swallowed by the nine-headed god. How could he dig out the World Annihilation Plate from its stomach? Has the blueprint of the World Annihilation Plate been circulated? Su Yu asked again. Since the four great Imperial Sacred Factions were able to replicate it, there must have been a way to craft it that had been circulated to the world. I don't know about that. Our mermaid tribe is only a small part of it. How could we have heard about the Imperial Sacred Factions? Su Yu did not give up. Do the four great Imperial Sacred Factions still exist today? They're gone. Back then, when the four great sects' leaders were devoured, 90% of the experts who went with them were killed. Soon, they declined and were swallowed by other Imperial Sacred sects. Millions of years ago, they were completely removed from the world. Disappointment flashed in Su Yu's eyes. However, it is said that the people of the four great Imperial Sacred Factions still exist in the world. However, they have disappeared without a trace and are very difficult to find. Su Yu nodded. Thank you very much. In that case, how much information about the weapons of the ancient god realm does the mermaid tribe have? For example, do you have the blueprint of this sacred sky warship? Chapter 1300. Make a copy for me, Su Yu said bluntly. Luzhu looked embarrassed. This. I am afraid it will be difficult unless the Mermaid Emperor agrees in person. However, the Mermaid Emperor is seriously ill and unconscious. I am afraid he will not be able to do anything for a while. Do I need the Mermaid Emperor to agree? Su Yu nodded slightly. Okay, take me to the Mermaid Emperor. I will take a look at his injury. No need, Luzhu looked sad. The Mermaid Emperor was seriously injured by the yaksha poison. This poison can only be cured by the endless spiritual pearl born from the endless origin. However, the endless spiritual pearl only blooms and bears fruit once every 1,000 years. To get it, you need luck. Obviously, the princess and her sister who collected the spiritual pearls in the past were not so lucky. Take me to see it first, Su Yu said. Okay. Luzhu's eyes were dim. She did not have any hope. Although Su Yu had many magical abilities, she did not think that Su Yu could cure the poison that even the gods could not. As a princess, she could enter the mermaid palace at will. In the depths of the palace, in front of a palace surrounded by several gears of the sacred sky warships, a group of golden mermaids surrounded. They were not only more majestic, but also more powerful. Obviously, They were the imperial guards under the control of the royal family. As he glanced at them, Su Yu's eyes flashed. Entering the palace, Su Yu saw the mermaid emperor on a jade bed carved from white jade. He was a handsome middle-aged man with a somewhat green face. He was also a rare handsome man. However, what shocked Su Yu was that the mermaid emperor's whole body was black and festered in many places. Especially his lower body, it was almost rotten, and his whole body emitted a foul stench, which was in sharp contrast to his handsome face. This rotten smell. Su Yu frowned slightly, feeling very familiar. Lu Zhu stood in front of the bed, silently crying. Our mermaid tribe and the Yaksha tribe have been fighting for a piece of spirit vein for many years. A year ago, the Yaksha tribe proposed to jointly develop it and invited both sides to sign a contract at the spirit vein. Who knew? The Yaksha tribe colluded with a group of sinful gods in the dynasty, and together they injured my father and poisoned him. Su Yu did not care about the origins of the grudge, and he did not intend to get involved. After looking down for a while, Su Yu said, I can save the mermaid emperor, but can you guarantee that he will give me the information I want? Huh? Green Bead's eyes widened with tears, and she couldn't believe her ears. She stammered, you mean, you can save the mermaid emperor? It's not a big problem, Su Yu said. Lu Zhu burst into tears of joy. In her excitement, she did not care about the difference between a man and a woman. She grabbed Su Yu's shoulder and shook it. Are you serious? Su Yu nodded. Can you guarantee that the mermaid emperor will agree? If I can't guarantee it, there's no need for me to help him. This. Lu Zhu hesitated. The information was in the hands of the mermaid emperor, so it was obviously confidential information. It was hard to say whether the mermaid emperor would hand it over to Su Yu out of gratitude after he woke up. After pondering for a while, Lu Zhu turned around and took a bright red bead from her neck. It was about the size of a thumb, and she handed it to Su Yu. Take this. When the mermaid emperor wakes up and sees it, he will definitely agree to help you. Su Yu took a look at Lu Zhu, who had a strange look on her face, and muttered to himself, can this pearl guarantee it? Seeing that his expression did not seem to be fake, Su Yu said, all right, I will start the treatment. However, before that, move the imperial guards outside away. No. What if during the treatment, the two traitors find out that something is wrong and launch a coup? Su Yu sighed softly. I'm afraid that it will be them who will disturb me. You mean them? It's impossible. They were personally trained by my father. Lu Zhu said in surprise. Su Yu nodded slowly. A smart enemy will give you a fatal blow when you least expect it. Lu Zhu pondered for a while, carefully thinking about what Su Yu had done, and gritted her teeth. All right. She turned around and went out. Soon after, she came back, only to hear the sound of neat collisions of armor fading away. Nodding slightly, Su Yu immediately used the Milky Way star sand to absorb the Yaksha poison in the mermaid emperor's body. Under Lu Zhu's shocked gaze, the poison that even the gods could not do anything about was extracted by Su Yu's right palm, bit by bit. Great. The mermaid emperor can be saved, Lu Zhu said in surprise. Su Yu shook his head lightly. Is that good? I think this is the most dangerous moment for the mermaid emperor. Prepare some artifacts immediately so that we can escape from the sacred sky warship in time. Escape? You mean? Su Yu said, in a situation where the three great generals are unreliable, once they know that the mermaid emperor is being rescued, what do you think they will do? Wait for the mermaid emperor to wake up, and then you will report in detail what they have done during this period. Or in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound, and end the mermaid emperor's life. Lu Zhu's heart trembled. Do it immediately. Su Yu frowned. As the princess of the mermaid tribe, Lu Zhu could not resist being ordered by an outsider like this. She said hurriedly, okay, I will prepare it immediately. Watching her leave, Su Yu shook his head secretly. She has been pampered all her life. Without the cruel competition of the Xing River, her reaction is too slow. It seems that I can't count on her. Half a day later, Lu Zhu returned and said, I have asked my trusted aide to prepare a Garuda, which is hidden outside the palace and can be used at any time. Su Yu nodded. The treatment lasted for half a day, and the dark, rotten surface of the Mermaid Emperor's body returned to its normal color. The divine power in his body finally played a role, repairing the rotten parts on its own. In another 2 to 4 hours, it would almost be fully recovered, and he would be able to wake up on his own. The Mermaid Emperor was not weak, comparable to the Shung deity and the merchant god. Once he woke up, the situation of the mermaid tribe would be settled. But at this moment, as expected, there was a faint fluctuation outside the palace. Lu Zhu also noticed it, and while she was shocked, she secretly admired Su Yu's foresight. The two looked at each other, and Lu Zhu shouted, "I will open the way." She grasped the air, and the water around her quickly turned cold, condensing into pieces of ice. Swoosh! Swoosh! The ice broke through the door of the palace and shot out. There was a series of screams, and as expected, a group of ambushing soldiers was shot. "Let's go." Lu Zhu rushed out of the palace and put her hands together in front of her chest. The water above the palace rippled, and an eel-like metal artifact appeared. Su Yu also appeared at this moment, grabbing the unconscious Mermaid Emperor and quickly jumping onto the ship. Lu Zhu flew to the control panel in front and instilled the mortal fairy's strength into it. But what made Lu Zhu's heart sink was that the artifact named Garuda did not respond. What's going on? It was fine just now. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Zhu's forehead. At this critical moment, the escape artifact actually malfunctioned. Su Yu glanced with his transparent eye and secretly shook his head. A certain mechanism under the bottom of the ship had been cut off. Chapter 1301. There was no doubt that Lu Zhu's confidant had also been infiltrated. This Garuda must have been secretly destroyed by that confidant, and it was he who informed the enemy to intercept it. "Eldest princess, where are you going?" A mocking voice echoed between heaven and earth. A handsome male mermaid led a group of mermaids, forming a semicircle, completely blocking their way. "Bei! Weren't you punished to face the wall? Who let you out?" Lu Zhu stared in surprise at the person who was mocking her. It was none other than Bei, whom Su Yu had suggested to deprive of the control of the entrance. Bei's handsome face was full of sternness. "Lu Zhu, the entire mermaid tribe knows my feelings for you, but what have you done? You deprived me of my power and punished me to follow the sword will of an outsider. Am I not as important to you as an outsider?" Lu Zhu stared at him calmly and said, "You grew up with me, and the Mermaid Emperor even intended to marry me to you so that you could inherit the throne. How can I not have any feelings for you? How can an outsider compare to me?" Hearing this, Bei's face softened, and he smiled with relief. "Well, as long as you come here now, we can still be friends. It's too late. Before you brought your troops here, I did value you far more than this young master, but now..." Lu Zhu's eyes turned cold. "You are indeed disloyal to the mermaid tribe, as Master Su said, and you have defected to the two traitors. There was no one else who had the power to bypass her, the eldest princess, and release Bei without permission, except for the 3 tribal generals." Bei's smile froze, and his eyes gradually turned cold. "Lu Zhu, a wise man submits to circumstances. Let go of the Mermaid Emperor, and after I inherit the throne, I will marry you as the Mermaid Empress. What if I say no?" Lu Zhu smiled bitterly, her eyes full of disappointment. Bei said coldly, "You can't escape. As early as when you and the 2 princesses went out to collect the endless spiritual pearls, the mermaid tribe was no longer the tribe you imagined. All your trusted subordinates, all the strong men of the tribe have surrendered to us, and those who did not, are dead. The mermaid tribe had already launched a coup, and all power had fallen into the hands of the enemy. We will pack everything and wait for you to come back. You should know what we want," Bei said coldly. The reason why they pretended to be calm and did not attack the Mermaid Emperor was because they did not want Lu Zhu to be vigilant. Unfortunately, everything was detected by Su Yu. Now, they wanted to escape with Lu Zhu and the Mermaid Emperor, and the latter was even about to recover. Lu Zhu laughed coldly. "You want the mermaid blood pearl and inherit the Mermaid Emperor? Ha ha ha. Dream on." The strongest person in the mermaid tribe had always been the Mermaid Emperor. Before the Mermaid Emperor died, he would pass on his divine path. Whoever could inherit the Mermaid Emperor's divine path could become the strongest in the mermaid tribe and take charge of the royal power. It could be said that without inheriting the Mermaid Emperor's divine path, it was meaningless to control the mermaid tribe. Without sufficient strength, they would be overthrown sooner or later. Green bead, on account of the fact that I still have feelings for you, give me the Mermaid Emperor's blood bead, or else. Bei's eyes gradually turned cold. The mermaid warriors around him were filled with murderous intent as they approached. Lu Zhu replied, "Unfortunately, the Mermaid Emperor's blood bead is no longer with me." "Where is it?" Bei's expression became tense, and he couldn't help but look at Su Yu. "Did you hand it over to him?" "Ha ha." Green bead stood at the bow of the Garuda and whispered, "Young master, I will break out of the encirclement. You can escape with the Mermaid Emperor." It was unrealistic to think that everyone could escape unscathed. However, Su Yu didn't pay any attention to him. He took out a blood-stained ancient cloth from his sleeves and threw it into the air. The blood-stained cloth expanded in the wind and became 100 feet long, wrapping the entire Garuda, Su Yu, and Lu Zhu within it. Immediately afterward, a wave of water elemental energy gathered around Garuda, condensing into a stream of water that propelled Garuda forward. No one expected that the destroyed Garuda could still be controlled. Bei's eyes flashed. "Stop them." More than a dozen mermaid warriors unleashed their magic treasures and divine abilities to attack the rapidly approaching Garuda. However, the blood-stained cloth wrapped around Garuda was extremely evil, and any attack that landed on it was easily deflected. Caught off guard, more than a dozen mermaid warriors were all knocked away by Garuda. What was even more evil was that after being knocked away, they all turned into blood and were absorbed by this mysterious layer of blood-stained cloth. The 9 Emperor Shroud. The great treasure left behind by the demonic god of 6 paths. Back then, even the dead soul worm was trapped for a moment. The blood on it was the corpse blood of the past emperors of the Xing River. It was extremely domineering, and ordinary strong men would die if they touched it. In the blink of an eye, a group of mermaid warriors died mysteriously. The other group of mermaid warriors who were about to intercept Garuda broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly dodged. Even Bei avoided it in horror, not daring to face it head-on. Watching Garuda fly to the exit, Bei's expression became anxious. Putting aside the Mermaid Emperor's blood bead, once the Mermaid Emperor was cured, who among them could survive? "Generals, please act quickly," Bei shouted. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. 2 beams of divine light penetrated the giant ship and suddenly descended on both sides of Garuda. The moment they appeared, the 2 of them struck out with their palms, trying to smash Garuda into pieces. However, the 9 Emperor Shroud flashed with a bloody light, and layers of distant and ancient majestic will erupted from it. Not only did the 2 deities fail to smash Garuda, but they were also shaken by the shroud, revealing the 2 deities themselves. They were a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The man was dressed in silver white and looked powerful, while the woman was dressed in pink and enchanting. They were the 2 brave generals who refused to listen to Lu Zhu's orders. At this moment, they stared at the shroud in surprise. This is the breath of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. The 2 were shocked. Inside the Garuda, Su Yu was also surprised. The 9 Emperor Shroud was the shroud of the 9 emperors who opened up the Xing River, and it was stained with their breath. Why did the 2 deities say that this breath was also the breath of the divine warriors of heaven and earth of the ancient god realm? Were they the same group of people? "Don't let them leave. Block the exit." The female general's expression changed slightly. She turned into a divine light and rushed to the exit 1 step ahead of Su Yu. She put her palms together. Divine path incarnation. With a low growl, her divine path turned into a labyrinth and descended in front of the exit. The labyrinth was extremely confusing, making it impossible to identify the specific location of the exit. If one broke into the labyrinth, they would not be able to get out in a short time. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and he drove the Garuda to crush it directly. Suddenly, the labyrinth, under the remnant of the 9 Emperor Shroud, was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the female general's miserable groan could be heard. Her divine path had been severely damaged, and she was not feeling well either. "General Hu, Use the Senluo cannon. This shroud is too powerful, I can't hold on for long, the female general urged. General Hu immediately took out a bronze cannon that was 10,000 feet long. It was simple and unadorned, somewhat similar to the giant cannon of the sacred sky warship, except that it was countless times smaller. Hearing this, Lu Zhu's face trembled. They really have mastered this kind of destructive weapon. That is a weapon that my mermaid tribe has successfully replicated, and its power is comparable to a full blow from the Mermaid Emperor. Although the labyrinth was on the verge of collapse, it could not be broken through in a short time. However, the Senluo cannon had already been launched, and an extremely threatening energy was rapidly brewing in the Senluo cannon. Su Yu frowned. The Nine Emperor Shroud was not a defensive Emperor-based saint artifact, and he was afraid that it would not be able to completely withstand this blow. Right at that moment, the female general who was blocking the exit suddenly roared in anger. "Hey you, how dare you!" Boom! With a loud noise, the labyrinth that the female general had transformed was shattered by an external force. In the midst of the screams, the female general revealed her true form. Her mouth was full of blood, and she stumbled back to the side of General Hu, glaring angrily at the figure behind the labyrinth. It was a strong man at the level of a deity, with a head full of long black hair, and the scales on his lower body were also dark. His facial features were feminine, and he was very handsome. Lu Zhu's eyes lit up. General Yu withdrew his fists, and his expression turned serious. "Greetings, eldest princess, I am late to the rescue." Lu Zhu's eyes were filled with joy. "Eldest princess, please leave with the Mermaid Emperor as soon as possible. I will block them first and come back later," General Yu said. Lu Zhu glanced at Su Yu, meaning to say that he had guessed wrong. General Yu was loyal and devoted. Su Yu was expressionless as he piloted the Garuda and flew over quickly. General Hu and the female general's faces changed drastically. They wanted to stop him, but General Yu appeared in front of them. "You are courting death." The two generals were furious. Yu's face was indifferent. "You two traitors, don't even think of harming a single hair on the eldest princess and the Mermaid Emperor." The next moment, the two sides began to fight. At that moment, Lu Zhu had already taken out the key and opened the entrance. "All mermaids, listen up, chase after them immediately, don't let them escape." Yes. Not only did Bai lead the team to chase after them, but two teams of the general's personal guards also emerged from the side. The strongest among them are at the level of a late-stage prospective deity. Bai calmed down a little, and his eyes revealed his murderous intent. "Eldest princess, I gave you a chance to be the Mermaid Empress, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for imprisoning you like a slave." Chase. A large number of mermaids surged out like a tide. The Garuda, driven by the water, immediately left the exit and arrived at the waters outside. "Where is the nearest direction to leave the mermaid tribe?" Su Yu asked. Lu Zhu pointed into the distance. "Southwest, that is the border between the mermaid tribe and the Yakshaw tribe. Northwest is the border with the Frogman tribe, both directions are about the same." Su Yu nodded, and the Garuda turned into a residual shadow as it sped towards the Yakshaw tribe. Lu Zhu was stunned. "Why the Yakshaw tribe? There is a great hatred between our two tribes. If we escape to the tribe's waters, it will easily alarm the Yakshaw king." Su Yu glanced at the Mermaid Emperor and said lightly, "That's why it's safer. The mermaid tribe might chase into the Frogman tribe, but they wouldn't chase into the Yakshaw tribe. The most dangerous place was the safest place." Swoosh. As soon as they left, Bai and the two late-stage prospective deities chased after them. However, as soon as they left, outside the sacred sky warship, a group of mermaids suddenly appeared in ambush. They were left behind by General Yu. Bai and the others were caught off guard and were instantly scattered. Chapter 1302. He was the captain of General Blackfish's bodyguards and his confidant. With such cover and the ambush, Su Yu and the others managed to escape. 2 hours later, the Garuda stopped above a dark ruin. Looking into the distance, one could clearly see a mountain range that stretched for countless li at the bottom of the water. It was pitch black, like a black dragon. "That is the mysterious Crystal Mountain Range, The boundary between the mermaid tribe and the Yaksha tribe, Luzhu said. Su Yu put away the 9 Emperor shroud and nodded slightly. Let's keep going. Wait, are you going to enter the Yaksha tribe's territory? The scar-faced mermaid who was covering them asked in surprise. Luzhu cast a trusting look at Su Yu. Yes, General Blackfish's power can only hold them off for a while. We plan to sneak into the Yaksha tribe's waters. In this way, they won't dare to pursue us. The scar-faced mermaid thought about it and agreed. You are right, eldest princess. General Hu and General Carp suddenly rebelled. General Blackfish was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. He could only retreat to a certain place on the sacred sky warship with his remaining soldiers. When he heard that eldest princess had returned, General Blackfish suddenly attacked. Fortunately, he was in time and did not injure eldest princess. Luzhu was deeply moved. I will remember General Blackfish's kindness to the royal family. When my father wakes up, I will definitely ask him to reward me generously. I just don't know how General Blackfish is now, and where he is. Eldest princess, there is no need to worry. Although General Blackfish is no match for the 2 rebels, it is still very easy for him to leave. As he spoke, the scar-faced mermaid took out a small bag. This is something General Blackfish prepared for eldest princess. It will allow you to use it peacefully for 100 years. Luzhu looked ashamed. She had been persuaded by Su Yu and almost misunderstood General Blackfish's loyalty. Thank you, General Blackfish. Luzhu took it and said nothing. The scar-faced mermaid smiled lightly. Eldest princess, there is no need to be like this. General Blackfish is loyal to the royal family. Even if he dies, he will die without regrets. Eldest princess, please take a look at the Cosmos sack and see if there is anything missing. If there is, I can make it up to you. There is no need. The eldest princess felt even more apologetic. She symbolically opened the Cosmos sack and glanced at it. However, there was a sudden change. The moment the bag was opened, a pink mist sprayed out from it. Green Bead was caught off guard and was hit by the spray. She felt her whole body go limp, and the mortal fairy's strength in her body became stagnant. Even though she reacted quickly and threw the Chenkuan pouch out, she was still hit. Standing up with great difficulty, Luzhu raised her head to look at the scarred mermaid. She wanted to ask why, but the scarred mermaid, who had been loyal just a moment ago, now had a cold sneer in his eyes. Together with his scarred face, he looked even more ferocious. What a naive and adorable princess. No wonder General Blackfish said that he could play you 2 princesses in the palm of his hand with a little trick. Even someone like me can gain your trust with just a few words, let alone General Blackfish. Green Bead was shocked. She could not believe her ears. General Blackfish asked you to do this? Of course. The scar-faced merman's lips curled into a mocking smile. Green Bead's heart was bleeding, and the pain of being deceived filled her heart. It turned out that all of Su Yu's guesses were true. Just a moment ago, she was still feeling guilty for suspecting General Blackfish. But the truth slapped her hard in the face. He saved me on purpose. Green Bead's face was calm, and a faint silver light flickered in her sleeves. The scar-faced merman nodded. That's right. Only by saving you and the Mermaid Emperor can General Blackfish be qualified to attract the people of the Mermaid tribe. Now, everyone knows that General Hu and General Carp are hunting down the royal family, and General Blackfish saved them. Let me ask you, if General Blackfish makes a public appeal, who will the Mermaid tribe support? Green Bead said coldly, is General Blackfish trying to use my father and me as puppets? That's right. This is the only way he can control the Mermaid tribe. The scar-faced merman laughed mockingly and walked towards Green Bead. Green Bead looked calm. I am willing to cooperate with General Blackfish and become a puppet, but please let my father go. No. The Mermaid Emperor must die. Green Bead was shocked. She gritted her teeth and said, then if he remains unconscious, can you spare his life? No. The scar-faced merman had a cold look on his face. The Mermaid Emperor is too big a threat. He must die. Don't push me too far. Green Bead swished, and a shiny silver blade fell from her sleeves. The scar-faced merman sneered. You want to deal with me? Ridiculous. Wait, what are you doing? The blade in Greenbeard's hand was not aimed at the scar-faced merman, but at her own chest. Her face was full of determination. Don't you want a puppet? If I die, where are you going to find a puppet? The smile on the scar-faced merman's face disappeared, and he stared coldly at Greenbeard. Let them go, or else you can forget about getting anything, Greenbeard shouted. But suddenly, Greenbeard's body went limp. It was the effect of the drug. Her palm loosened, and the blade deviated from her chest. At this moment, the scar-faced merman's eyes flashed, and he whipped his giant tail. The blow, which was imbued with divine power, sent Greenbeard flying, and she spat out blood. The blade in her hand was also easily knocked away. Then, a fist landed hard on her abdomen, shattering her internal organs. She fell to the ground, seriously injured, and lost the ability to move. The scar-faced merman retracted his fist, and his eyes were full of contempt. You don't know what's good for you. Then, his cold eyes flashed, and he looked at Suyu and the unconscious mermaid emperor with a sinister smile. His eyes ignored Suyu and fell on the mermaid emperor. Haha, I didn't expect that there would come a day when I would kill the mermaid emperor with my own hands. It's a pity that someone like the mermaid emperor is going to die in the hands of a nobody like me. Swish, the scar-faced merman's figure flashed, and he flew over. His palm, which was imbued with divine power, went straight for the celestial spirit in the mermaid emperor's abdomen. However, just as the palm was about to land, a palm reached out and blocked it. The scar-faced merman glanced at Suyu from the corner of his eye, and his nostrils flared. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, intending to destroy Suyu's palm. The two palms collided, and Suyu's palm retracted. The scar-faced merman was sneering when his face suddenly froze. There was a mass of black mist in his palm, exuding a shocking breath of death. Then, the breath of death crawled up his arm and covered his whole body in an instant. Black powder gradually peeled off from the surface of his body, and his whole body was turning into flying ash. You! The scar-faced merman couldn't believe that Suyu's palm contained such a terrifying power of death. Poof! A palm penetrated his abdomen and grabbed a mass of celestial spirit. Good stuff, don't waste it, Suyu said lightly, and put away the celestial spirit without any expression. The scar-faced merman's eyes darkened, and his whole body completely turned into black powder. Luju, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, was extremely shocked. A late-stage prospective deity was killed with a single palm. What kind of strength was he? Suyu walked over, and a touch of life force surged from his fingertips. He touched it between her eyebrows, and her injuries healed quickly. At the same time, his right palm extracted the toxins from her body. Although in my opinion, you are hopelessly stupid, there is still something worth saving, Suyu said lightly. Sacrificing herself twice to help her father was not something an ordinary woman could do. Luju's face was flushed. Suyu's praise sounded deeply sarcastic to her. Suyu had warned her that General Blackfish was not reliable, but she still fell for it. In fact, from the perspective of a normal person, she was not stupid. However, from Suyu's point of view, Luju had to admit that she was really stupid. I hope that after suffering a little, you will improve. Suyu retracted his hand and said indifferently. He could have stopped this simple-minded princess from opening the cosmos sack, but he did nothing to stop her. It was precisely to teach her a lesson. Luju got up. She had a beautiful face, but she looked embarrassed in front of Suyu. She lowered her head and said, I know, I will listen to you in the future. There is no future. Save the mermaid emperor, get the information I want, and we will go our separate ways, Suyu said lightly. He jumped onto the Garuda and continued to drive towards the celestial crystal mountains. Luju smiled bitterly. He was as cold as ever. However, a sly look flashed in Luju's eyes. She raised her chin proudly and said to herself, going our separate ways is not something you can do just because you want to. An hour later, they arrived at the mysterious crystal mountain range, and Suyu retracted his palm. The poison in the mermaid emperor's body has been cleansed, and he should wake up soon. Suyu put the mermaid emperor down. Luju breathed a sigh of relief. The awakening of the mermaid emperor was a foregone conclusion. The chaotic situation of the mermaid tribe could finally come to an end. Now, all he had to do was wait for the mermaid emperor to wake up, and Suyu would leave after getting the information he wanted. Thinking of this, Suyu took out the bright red bead given to him by Luzhu and said, "Is this the legacy of the mermaid emperor, the mermaid emperor's blood bead?" Green bead nodded. "Yes, getting it is equivalent to accepting the inheritance of the mermaid emperor. If the mermaid emperor wakes up and sees this bead, even if he wants to break the contract, he will have to consider your identity as the heir." "Is that so?" Suyu was deep in thought. Suyu had already cultivated to the mortal fairy stage 4. It was time to prepare to break through to the prospective deity stage. It was different from the previous realms, where one only needed to have enough power. To break through to prospective deity, one had to achieve perfection on the divine path. Any prospective deity had comprehended a certain divine path to the extreme before becoming a deity. Suyu's divine path was defiance, but the strange thing was that Suyu already had 2 celestial origins before he had even condensed his divine path. Under such circumstances, how could he break through to the prospective deity stage? There was no one's cultivation experience to refer to. Therefore, Suyu could only refer to the divine path of the deities and find his own way to become a deity from their divine paths. With a shift of thought, Suyu comprehended the divine path in the mermaid emperor's blood bead. As soon as he comprehended, Suyu frowned, opened his eyes abruptly, and asked, "Green bead, has the divine path of the mermaid emperor always been the thunder path?" Green bead blinked her beautiful aquamarine eyes. "Yes, the mermaid is good at controlling the divine path of the water attribute. The mermaid emperor of the past generations has always been a type of thunder, water thunder." "How is that possible?" Suyu suddenly looked at the body of the mermaid emperor behind him, and his pupils flickered violently. However, to Suyu's surprise, the body of the mermaid emperor had disappeared. "Oh no, I think we may have made a mistake." Suyu suddenly got up, staring at death, and his face instantly became solemn. Green bead also stared at the missing body of the mermaid emperor with a stiff expression, with a blank look on her face. At that moment, a long sigh resounded in their ears like thunder. Chapter 1303. A figure with pale golden eyes with his hands behind his back stood leisurely 100 feet away from them. His aura did not leak out in the slightest, and he hid his aura extremely well. If he had not shown up voluntarily, Suyu might not have been able to detect his presence. Who else could that figure be but the mermaid emperor? His body was no longer rotten, and his whole body exuded a bright luster. The only difference was that the pair of royal eyes that were supposed to be turquoise were pale golden. "You are not my father, who are you?" Luzhu's chest rose and fell, showing her inner turmoil. No one knew her father better than she did. The mermaid emperor in front of her might be her father, but his soul was definitely not. "Oh, my dear daughter, it was you and the 3 generals who dug me out of the deep pit of the spirit vein. Who do you think I am?" The mermaid emperor smiled leisurely. Luzhu was extremely anxious. "Who are you? When did you occupy my father's body?" She was excited and trembling all over. She could not believe that her father, whom she had painstakingly rescued, was actually another creature. At that time, the mermaid emperor and the Yaksha king were fighting. Both sides were so powerful that ordinary deities and strong men did not dare to approach them. When the battle was over, they found the dying body of their father in a deep pit in the spirit vein. How could they have expected that it was at that time that their father's body was occupied? What was even more ridiculous was that they had gone through all the hardships and risked their lives to go to the endless origin to find the endless spiritual pearl, just to save him. Just now, they were trying to escape at all costs to protect him from the traitors. But the result was so cruel. Suyu sighed sympathetically. Princess Luzhu was indeed unlucky and pitiful. "Don't ask, it is a god-level tomb guard spirit. Like your sister, it was secretly occupied." Suyu looked at her and said calmly. Luzhu was shocked. "God-level tomb guard spirit? Your father is not dead, just controlled, just like my sister?" Suyu shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid not. The reason it deceived me was that it replaced your father's soul. That's why I mistakenly thought it was the soul of the mermaid emperor." I didn't expect that even I would be fooled and restore his body for nothing. Hehe, I realized that you are really smart. The Mermaid Emperor revealed a look of admiration. You have a bit of the demeanor of my master when he was alive. To be honest, if you didn't know too much, I really wouldn't want to kill you. Greenbeard gradually recovered from the cruel blow and said hatefully, "What do we know about you that you need to be so ruthless?" Putting everything else aside, it was Suyu who saved you. Of course you don't know anything, but he does. The Mermaid Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Suyu with a faint smile. Is that right, smart man? Suyu stared at him and said, I initially thought that the deity-level tomb guard spirit attached to the little princess was secretly arranged by the 3 traitorous generals. Now that I think about it, I have overestimated the 3 traitorous generals. The real mastermind is you, isn't it? That god-rank tomb guardian spirit is one of your avatars, right? You originally planned to abandon the divine body of the Mermaid Emperor and occupy the body of the little princess, but unfortunately, I accidentally ruined it. As for the 10,000 tomb guard spirits that chased after the 2 princesses along the way, they were actually helpers that you summoned when you manipulated the little princess to go out. They were ready to help you seize the power of the mermaid tribe at any time. Am I right? Clap, clap. The Mermaid Emperor applauded, his face full of deep approval. Very perfect. In fact, my consciousness has been awake all this time, and I have been observing your every word and action. It is really hard to believe that you have amazing wisdom like my master. The next moment, the Mermaid Emperor's smile faded, and a cold light suddenly shrouded him. So, do you think you should be killed? If he were alive, his fake identity as the Mermaid Emperor would be exposed. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to unify the mermaid tribe. From your point of view, of course I should be killed, but that is only if I am willing to be killed by you. Suyu growled, and the 5 Elements mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Almost at the moment when it was cast out, something invisible and subtle hit the 5 Elements mountain, making a crisp tinkling sound. Upon closer inspection, it was 2 transparent tentacles that were invisible to the naked eye, like strands of hair. If Suyu had not been vigilant, Suyu and Greenbeard would have been plotted against. Oh, you are very vigilant. The Mermaid Emperor hooked his finger, and the 2 tentacles retracted. His pale golden eyes stared at Suyu playfully, and as he approached, he said, I am actually very curious, where did you get so much of the scent of my people from your body, and where did the smell of blood come from? He seemed to be asking a question, but in fact, he was trying to distract Suyu. After taking 10 steps, he suddenly attacked. His pale golden eyes shot out a golden flame that bypassed the 5 Elements mountain and swallowed the 2. However, Suyu was already prepared. The power of the 5 elements surrounding the 5 Elements mountain changed rapidly, all of which were transformed into the water attribute. Then, the power of the water attribute gave birth to the power of ice, forming an ice dragon that opened its mouth and swallowed the golden flame that filled the sky. The pure power of the 5 elements is almost condensed into the 5 elements divine path. The Mermaid Emperor narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. Unfortunately, in front of the gods, it is just a small trick. Bang! The ice dragon suddenly shattered, and it was burned from the inside out by the golden flame. The flame was no longer hindered, and it swallowed Suyu and Greenbeard in one gulp. 9 Emperor Shroud. Suyu opened his 5 fingers, and the shroud expanded infinitely, turning into a giant curtain that wrapped around the golden flame. As the shroud continued to shrink, the golden flame gradually extinguished, and eventually turned into flying ashes. Suyu waved his hands, each grabbing the 5 Elements mountain and the shroud back. At the same time, a rich water attribute power gathered around him. It's almost time, water escape. Suyu grabbed Greenbeard and decisively chose to escape. The Mermaid Emperor smiled faintly. Do you think you can escape from my palm? However, just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly frowned and looked behind him. He saw 3 masses of divine light galloping over, 1 in front and 2 behind. The former was General Blackfish, whose face was sullen. As soon as the scar-faced mermaid died, he realized that something was wrong and immediately got rid of the entanglement to investigate the situation. General Hu and General Li could not sit back and watch the Mermaid Emperor recover. Unexpectedly, the three of them rushed here one after another, only to find that the person waiting for them was the Mermaid Emperor. He had really recovered. The Mermaid Emperor glanced in Su Yu's direction and murmured, "So that's how it is." He really calculated it perfectly. Su Yu did not want to fight him head-on. He had calculated that as soon as the scar-faced mermaid died, General Blackfish would definitely chase after him. Therefore, he pretended to resist for a while and immediately retreated, letting General Blackfish and the other two generals who were chasing after him hold him back. This exquisite calculation ability made the Mermaid Emperor's eyes flicker coldly, and he felt that it was extremely dangerous. Swish! The three generals rushed over and stared at the Mermaid Emperor in front of them. General Blackfish slowly retreated and said to General Hu and General Li, "It seems that now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. The Mermaid Emperor has just recovered from a serious illness, and his strength is not at its peak. If we join forces, we still have a glimmer of hope to kill him." General Hu and General Li looked at each other and nodded in agreement after weighing the pros and cons. Mermaid Emperor, don't blame us for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming back to life. The three generals joined forces to attack, and each of their moves was their strongest trump card. In response, the Mermaid Emperor smiled contemptuously and took a step forward. The pale golden flames around his body soared. "Ah!" 3 tragic howls rang out. After one exchange, the three generals were burned by the golden flames, and they screamed in pain. "You are not the Mermaid Emperor, who are you?" General Blackfish roared. General Hu and General Li also hurriedly extinguished the flames on their bodies, with a look of horror in their eyes. The Mermaid Emperor in front of them not only did not weaken, but was more than several times stronger than when he was at his peak. They also finally realized that the Mermaid Emperor in front of them was another existence. The Mermaid Emperor stared at them contemptuously with his hands behind his back. "You don't deserve to know who I am. If you want to die, I can grant your wish now. If you want to live, make an oath to this thing and follow me." The Mermaid Emperor threw over 3 soapy green jade tokens engraved with ancient runes. The jade tokens were densely covered with the vicissitudes of time, and there was still a hint of the great will of heaven and earth. "The Emperor's Oath Token? Who are you? Where did you get the Oath Token inscribed by the Divine Emperor of Heaven and Earth?" General Blackfish was shocked. The Oath Token was carved by the Divine Emperor of Heaven and Earth in the era of the ancient God realm, and it was filled with the great will of the Divine Emperor. Once an oath was made to this thing, if the oath was violated, one would suffer the backlash of the great will. Since ancient times, those who made an oath had never escaped the misfortune of the backlash. This thing had long disappeared without a trace with the death of the Divine Emperor of Heaven and Earth. Who was the person who occupied the body of the Mermaid Emperor? "Don't talk nonsense, make an oath, or die." The Mermaid Emperor exuded a strong aura. The three generals hesitated for a while, their eyes full of bitterness. They were already in awe of the Mermaid Emperor when he was at his peak, not to mention a more mysterious and powerful existence. The three of them looked at each other, dripped their blood essence, and swore on the spot that they would be loyal to the Mermaid Emperor in front of them. Only then did the Mermaid Emperor show a faint smile and take back the 3 jade tokens. "Very well, you can work for me with peace of mind, and I will not treat you badly. At least, it is far from what a small mermaid tribe can give you." The Mermaid Emperor's tone was very relaxed, and he did not seem to be boasting. "Yes, Lord Mermaid Emperor." "Mermaid Emperor. Well, I had no choice but to find this weak divine body as a refuge. Then I will be the Mermaid Emperor for once." The Mermaid Emperor smiled. "I have 2 orders for you. First, reorganize the mermaid tribe. I plan to unify this area within half a year. The Frogman tribe, the Yakshaw tribe, the Water Snake tribe. These weak tribes do not need to exist." Hearing this, the 3 generals gasped. Who on earth was this person? How arrogant. The Empire of Darkness had existed for hundreds of millions of years. The 99 tribes of the southern region were independent of each other and intertwined with each other. Even the ruler of the Empire of Darkness, the royal family of the Empire of Darkness, did not dare to wipe out a tribe. Second, Go and capture Suyu and Luzhu. Especially don't let them escape into the spirit vein. There is my master's tomb there. Master? The three generals were secretly shocked. If he was so powerful, what kind of person was his master? After giving the order, the three gods immediately chased in the direction where Suyu escaped. Suyu drove the Garuda into the mysterious crystal mountains. This mountain was abnormally rich in spiritual energy. Liquefied spiritual liquid could be seen everywhere, scattered among the mountains, and no one picked it up. Many rare treasures of heaven and earth were scattered everywhere, and no one picked it up. What a strange spirit vein. Suyu was secretly surprised. He had seen many blessed lands of heaven and earth, but this was the first time he had seen one with such rich spiritual energy. Generally speaking, the spiritual energy of the spirit vein was either diluted in all directions or absorbed by the spiritual creatures growing in the spirit vein. Liquefaction was rare. Only in this place, not only did the spiritual energy not dilute, but it became denser and denser. This is the spirit vein that our mermaid tribe and the Yaksha tribe are fighting for. It is also a rare spirit vein in the southern region of the Empire of Darkness. Suyu observed it for a long time and shook his head slightly. It is not rare, but this spirit vein is strange. If I am not mistaken, there must be something unusual under the spirit vein. Take me to the place where you found the Mermaid Emperor. Suyu's eyes flashed. Luzhu was stunned. Why are we going there? Of course, to answer my question. What is hidden under this spirit vein? Suyu did not forget that the god-level tomb guard spirit that occupied the Mermaid Emperor once said that its master was here. Since it had occupied the divine body of the Mermaid Emperor in that deep pit, it would start the investigation from there. Luzhu's face was gloomy. So what if we find out? Father can't be resurrected. Don't you want to avenge him? Suyu said lightly. Yes. Luzhu's eyes burst with coldness. Okay, I will take you there. The deep pit was located in the middle of the spirit vein. Back then, the two tribes negotiated an alliance here, but they were plotted against by the Yaksha king. While leading the way, Luzhu said with a complicated expression, "How do you know that he is not my father?" Suyu said, "I am very familiar with the poison that your father was poisoned with. He was in the place where I used to stay. It is called the demonic god poison. This poison contains the breath of the demon race and is most afraid of masculine things. The divine path of the previous mermaid emperors is thunder. Logically speaking, it is impossible to be haunted by this kind of poison. The only explanation is that the one who was poisoned is not your father." I see. Luzhu's eyes dimmed even more. Now that she thought about it, when her father was thrown into the deep pit, he was probably dead and his body was occupied by the god-level tomb guard spirit. Soon, they came to a place full of devastation. There were remnants of the destruction after the battle everywhere, especially the deep pit in the middle, which almost pierced through the spirit vein. The bottom of the deep pit was murky, and dust was still echoing in the air. The divine power of the battle that day had not completely dissipated. Was this it? Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked down with his transparent eyes, looking through the dust bit by bit. When he reached the bottom, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded slowly. There is something wrong with this deep pit. There is a crack at the bottom that leads to an unknown place. Crack? Why didn't we find it that day? Luzhu was surprised. Suyu pointed to the remaining divine power and said, "You must have been disturbed by the divine power, and the crack at that time should not be as big as it is now." As he spoke, Suyu swooped down and went straight through the dust. "Ah, what are you doing? It is full of divine power. Mortal fairies like us will most likely die if we enter it." Chapter 1304. A celestial energy sphere rotated in Suyu's abdomen, releasing pure divine power and wrapping the two of them in it. Divine power. You are a god. Luzhu was shocked. She never expected Suyu to be a god. However, after calming down a little, everything that happened to Suyu could be explained. As they spoke, they fell into the deep pit filled with the divine power storm. Puff! Just as they were about to enter, the remnant divine power attacked them from all directions, trying to crush them into pieces. Fortunately, they were protected by Suyu's divine power, which repelled the residual divine power. Just as they fell into it, the three gods led by General Blackfish flashed over and saw the three of them fall into it. It's full of divine power down there. How dare they break in without the protection of divine power? General Blackfish was slightly surprised. General Hu and General Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. We can go back and report. The existence of non-gods has no chance of survival after falling in. Even if he has that shroud, he can't stop the penetration of divine power, General Hu said. General Blackfish stared at the deep pit for a long time and slowly nodded, agreeing with General Hu's judgment. The shroud may be able to block the attacks of the gods, but it was impossible to survive such a pervasive vortex of divine power without the protection of divine power. However, there was a lingering doubt in General Blackfish's mind. Why did they do this? With doubts in mind, the three returned to the mermaid tribe and reported to the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Haha, interesting, he actually saw some clues and wanted to find out where I came from. Others might not know about Suyu, but how could the Mermaid Emperor not? His cleverness was witnessed by the Mermaid Emperor. Of course, he did not believe that Suyu would break into such a dangerous place for no reason. General Hu, go back to the edge of the deep pit and guard it. He will come out in less than 10 days. Hearing this, the three generals were shocked. Suyu was not dead. I don't have much energy to deal with him, I'll leave it to you. The Mermaid Emperor said coldly. Pass my order, all the warriors of the mermaid tribe, gather. Whoosh! Suyu only heard the sound of the wind in his ears and the beating of the residual divine power. He and Luzhu passed through the vortex and fell to the bottom of the deep pit. There, a crack as thick as a human was clearly visible. Enter! Suyu shouted in a low voice, and instantly disappeared into the crevice. It was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't see the light of day. However, he could faintly sense the auras of many tomb guard spirits. Luzhu's vision was pitch black, but Suyu's eyes could see everything clearly. The crack was filled with pitch black, child-sized eggs. Through the transparent walls of the egg, one could see the unhatched graveguard spirits sleeping inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique characteristics. Hiss! Even Suyu felt his scalp go numb. There wasn't just one black egg, but countless of them. They were densely packed, hanging on the stone walls of the crevice. There are so many tomb guard spirits. It seems like my guess was right, Suyu murmured. There is indeed an ancient tomb of a divine warrior of heaven and earth here. What? Luzhu was shocked. Suyu's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that shook her to the core. The ancient tombs of the divine warriors of heaven and earth were all closely guarded by the imperial sacred faction. It was a well-known fact that there were only 9 ancient tombs of the divine warriors of heaven and earth left in the world. How could she believe that Suyu said that there was an ancient tomb suppressed under the spirit vein in the mermaid tribe? Suyu was not surprised, and said calmly, "Didn't you say that the tomb guard spirits were born in the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth? The tomb guard spirits that occupied the Mermaid Emperor came from here, and there are hundreds of millions of huge tomb guard spirits here. If this is not the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, then where is it?" Luzhu was shocked, and a bitter smile appeared in her heart. Perhaps the mermaid tribe and the Yaksha tribe did not expect that the spirit vein they were fighting for was actually the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. If the royal family of the Empire of Darkness knew about it, not only would the spirit vein be confiscated, but the 2 tribes would also be razed to the ground. "Let's go in and have a look," Suyu said, and walked along the underground crack. Along the way, there were endless black eggs. Once all of them hatched, such a large number of tomb guard spirits in the galaxy would definitely be a disaster that would destroy 100 worlds, and there would be very few survivors. At the same time, Suyu also keenly noticed that there were many traces of battle along the way, including the tomb guard spirit that occupied the breath of the Mermaid Emperor, and an extremely terrifying existence. When he stopped in front of a deep pit with a circumference of 10 feet, Suyu squatted down, his eyes full of solemnity. In the deep pit, faint grey flames remained, burning quietly. Those grey flames were unknown, but they gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Even standing on the edge of the deep pit, Suyu had a very uneasy feeling. What is this thing? It seems very scary. Lu Zhu trembled slightly, feeling extremely uneasy. Su Yu said in a serious voice, I don't know what it is, but I know that if the Mermaid Emperor touches this thing, he will definitely die. There was no doubt that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient tomb. After hesitating for a while, Su Yu bypassed the deep pit and continued to move forward. Sir, the ancient tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth has always been an existence that only the imperial sacred faction is qualified to touch. Even when they explore the ancient tomb, they often suffer heavy casualties before they can excavate a part of it. Let's go back, there is no need to go forward. Su Yu turned back, his eyes calm, as if he had been through the vicissitudes of time. He said, I have people I need to protect, and for them, I can do anything. Since this ancient tomb is the tomb of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, it must be buried with many civilizations of the ancient era. Only with them can I go back to save them. After saying that, Su Yu walked firmly into the depths of the crack. Lu Zhu sighed slightly. He still had people he needed to protect, but who else did she have? Apart from her younger sister who was trapped in the mermaid tribe, who else in the world was worthy of her risking her life like Su Yu? The Mermaid Emperor? He had already perished from the world. The mermaid tribe? Would they still recognize her as a princess? Sighing softly, Lu Zhu followed Su Yu. It seemed that she had no other way but to follow this man. This walk took a full 5 days. It was as if they had walked through the entire spirit vein, and it was extremely long. Until the depths of the crack, a closed stone door stretched across the end. The stone door was 10,000 feet high, and the material was extremely hard. It had existed in the dark bottom of the water for hundreds of millions of years, but there was no sign of corrosion. What was even more bizarre was that the stone door was not an ordinary door, but a round door in the shape of a Tai Chi. On the stone walls on both sides of the Tai Chi stone door, thousands of blood symbols were inscribed. Each blood symbol contained an unusually powerful breath. That breath did not belong to the gods, but was similar to the breath of the royal family of the demon world. Staring at the blood symbols, Su Yu felt pain in his eyes, and the divine power in his body was tumbling, faintly feeling out of control. This is the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Lu Zhu was surprised. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. You mean, these 10,000 blood symbols were written by the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth? Lu Zhu nodded. Yes, when I went to the Empire with my father to pay tribute, I saw the Emperor of the Empire display a word left by their ancestors from afar. That word was written with the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, so I am sure that these symbols must be the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, but it seems that it is not just the blood of one divine warrior of heaven and earth. Su Yu's heart was heavy. 10,000 symbols are suppressing. Is it really the divine warriors of heaven and earth buried in this ancient tomb? What kind of divine warrior of heaven and earth needed to be suppressed by the blood of other divine warriors of heaven and earth? After pondering for a long time, Su Yu activated his transparent eye and looked through the Tai Chi stone door. However, as soon as his eyes touched it, the 10,000 blood symbols flickered together, and a strong force blocked Su Yu's gaze. Can't see through it. Su Yu stared. Young master, look over there, there is a stone tablet. At the moment when the blood symbols flickered, Lu Zhu suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark stone tablet standing in the corner at the end of the passage. At first, she thought it was some kind of monster, which startled Lu Zhu. After taking a closer look, she found that it was an ancient stone tablet. Hey! Su Yu flashed over and stood in front of the stone tablet. Young master, these inscriptions are so strange, I don't recognize any of them, Lu Zhu said in surprise. There were 99 tribes in the southern region of the empire, each with a different language. In order to communicate, the princess of the mermaid tribe learned the languages of each tribe from an early age. Within the entire empire, there should be no language that she didn't recognize. However, the words in front of her were very strange. They seemed simple, but seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth, and she couldn't understand them. She didn't notice that Su Yu's eyes were shaking and flickering, showing that his heart was extremely disturbed. After a long time, Su Yu took a deep breath and said, "Of course you don't recognize them. In this world, There are definitely only a few people who can recognize them, because these words come from the Book of First Heavens. The Book of First Heavens was the last thing that Yunyazi gave to Su Yu. It was a wonderful book full of the mysteries of the universe and the truth of the world. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, one could master the 8 supreme profound meanings of the world. Unfortunately, Su Yu had only comprehended part of it and had no time to comprehend it. Now, he found part of the Book of First Heavens on an ancient stone tablet. Su Yu happened to recognize the content. The original meaning of the ancient stone tablet was, in the past, when the sinful lady was born, the great path collapsed, and all the emperors were slaughtered. The emperors burned their royal blood, skinned their divine flesh, extracted their souls, and cast the 9 emperor stone tablet to suppress the sinful lady here. However, the sinful lady was born in response to the heavens, and was born with the great path of heaven and earth. The 9 emperor stone tablet can suppress her for hundreds of millions of years, but it can't suppress her forever. If one day, the ancient tomb is broken, the future generations who are proficient in the inscriptions must leave with this tablet and lead the creatures of the god realm to escape. The sinful lady was born, and the great path was destroyed. Future generations, take care. It was a short line of words, but Su Yu spent half an hour to slowly decipher it. However, the content of the interpretation shocked Su Yu. Who was the sinful lady? In the past, the 9 emperors of the galaxy used their own flesh and soul to cast this tablet at all costs. How strong was she? Could the destruction of the ancient god realm be related to this sinful lady? Chapter 1305. Sinful Girl. Su Yu stared at the Tai Chi diagram, staring at the 10,000 blood symbols, and suddenly felt a chill. In the ancient god realm, such a great evil creature of heaven and earth was suppressed. Born in response to the heavens, born with the great way of heaven and earth, even the 9 emperors could not suppress it forever. Now, everything was as the inscription of the 9 emperors said. After hundreds of millions of years, the sinful girl could not be suppressed, and the ancient tomb was broken. It can't be such a coincidence that I came to the ancient god realm just in time to see the birth of the sinful girl? Su Yu thought. He somewhat believed the purple-eyed demonic god's evaluation of him, the source of chaos. Everywhere he went, there was no chaos. Messing with the enemy, absorbing luck, strengthening himself and the people around him. However, at this moment, Su Yu could not laugh. The turmoil involved this time was too shocking. It involved the secret of the destruction of the ancient god realm billions of years ago, and involved the fall of the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth. The former divine warriors of heaven and earth of the Xing River were destroyed overnight. The tens of millions of cavern worlds that densely covered the Xing River were destroyed, leaving only the Eastern and Western alliances. All of this, perhaps, could be answered. Su Yu reread the inscription and stared at it deeply. The inscription said that if one could read the heavenly book, he could leave with this tablet and lead the creatures of the ancient god realm to escape. However, where could he escape to? Walking to the front of the inscription, Su Yu touched the stone tablet. Immediately, 9 remnant thoughts of the emperors emerged from the tablet, sharply sweeping through Su Yu's soul. The words of the heavenly book that Su Yu knew in his life involuntarily emerged in his mind. Then, the 9 thoughts receded, and the stone tablet trembled, causing the entire underground crack to tremble. The tomb guard eggs were constantly falling off. Is the stone tablet going to recognize me as its master? Su Yu was surprised. 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth, the steles forged with their blood, flesh, and souls would definitely be able to shock all living beings, even the great Tao of heaven. Getting this thing was no less than getting the inheritance of the ancient civilization. The stone tablet slowly left the earth, leaving a deep pit. To Su Yu's surprise, there was something in the deep pit. Looking closely, it was a strange wing, only the size of a palm. The left wing was white, and the right wing was black. The wings emitted black and white light, intertwining in the air to form a Tai Chi pattern. It was exactly the same as the Taiji stone gate. Green Bead stared at the wings for a long time, and she seemed to be thinking about something. After that, she was shocked and said, could this be the yin-yang Tai-Kai wings of the Grand Qing Emperor? Su Yu's pupils dilated. How could the weapon of an emperor be an ordinary item? Without thinking about it, Su Yu sucked the yin-yang Tai Chi wings into his palm. The moment he touched it, the pair of wings disappeared into Su Yu's body. Su Yu was shocked. He immediately looked inside and found that the yin-yang Tai Chi wings were in his abdomen, between the 2 grains of celestial energy. The divine power in the 2 grains of divine source was absorbed into the wings. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Worried that the 2 celestial energy spheres would be affected, the wings stopped absorbing. Compared to before, the wings that had absorbed Su Yu's divine energy had an additional layer of connection with Su Yu. It was as if the wings had integrated into Su Yu's body and become a part of him. Who is the Tai Ching Emperor? How much do you know about the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi? Lu Zhu stared at Su Yu without blinking. Even though she was a woman, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole had actually been refined by Su Yu. There was no doubt that this thing was left by the 9 emperors for the person who obtained the stone tablet. With extreme shock, Lu Zhu said, the Tai Ching Emperor was the last emperor of the ancient god realm. He was proficient in the supreme heavenly technique. He once used his own divine bones to forge the world's first flying imperial saint artifact, the yin-yang Tai Chi wings. This thing is ranked 19th on the list of ancient divine weapons. It is the strongest flying object in the ancient god realm. It can travel hundreds of millions of miles with a single thought. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. An imperial saint artifact ranked 19th. It was 2 ranks higher than the 21st ranked Milky Way star sand. How could Su Yu not be surprised to get such a heaven-defying imperial saint artifact? Thinking about it, the process just now should have been a simple owner recognition process. Su Yu was able to control the yin-yang Tai Chi wings to a certain extent. It was a worthwhile trip to get this treasure. But more importantly, this stone tablet was forged by the 9 emperors at the expense of itself. The value of this thing was far greater than the yin-yang Tai Chi wings. The stone tablet slowly floated in the void, and a great thought penetrated the stone tablet, turning into 9 silk threads, extending towards Su Yu. This was the great thought of the 9 emperors guiding the stone tablet to help Su Yu refine it. Otherwise, who in the world could refine something forged by the 9 emperors? Su Yu stared at it without blinking. He was always calm, but his breathing gradually became rapid. Lu Zhu forgot about herself and stared at the stone tablet. However, at this moment, a pitch-black giant claw suddenly slammed down from the void and pressed on the stone tablet. Boom! The stone tablet roared and trembled constantly, and a trace of the great thought resisted. However, under the giant claw, the stone tablet in the air was slowly pressed down. Su Yu and Lu Zhu were taken aback. The stone tablet that suppressed the heavenly law was actually pressed down. Looking up at the giant claw, they found at this moment that above the stone door, there was a snake-like creature with a body of 10,000 feet long, covered with black scales. It exuded a terrible aura that could shock the gods. Just a glance at it made Su Yu's heart beat wildly. This feeling was even more terrible than facing the demonic god of 6 paths. Su Yu only had this feeling when he faced the giant of the bitter sea. What shocked Su Yu even more was that the head of this snake-like behemoth turned out to be a dragon's head. In other words, this was a real dragon, and it was a deity-level dragon god. A long time ago, Su Yu had seen a divine dragon. Even if it was a quasi-god divine dragon, a drop of divine dragon blood was purer than the mature gods of other creatures. According to the evil god, the divine dragon was superior to most creatures and was born to be proficient in the great law of heaven and earth. It could suppress the stone tablet precisely because of this. Moreover, the divine dragon in front of him was obviously not an ordinary divine dragon, but a supreme existence comparable to the giant of the bitter sea. At this moment, a pair of dark red eyes of the black dragon, in the darkness, quietly stared at Su Yu. It felt as if the supreme master of a universe was calmly looking at an ant. As soon as he looked at him, Su Yu was paralyzed, and his body was out of control. Su Yu was anxious and bit the tip of his tongue. The stinging pain woke Su Yu from the paralysis and forced him to control his body. Hurry up! The moment he regained control of his body, Su Yu grabbed Lu Zhu and fled without thinking. As for the stone tablet, Su Yu did not care at all. Swish! After a few breaths, Suyu flashed out of the vicinity of the stone door and flew out of the crack. The divine power of the 5 elements was operated to the extreme by him, turning it into the power of water. Suyu knew that even if the black dragon made a slight move, it would be fatal for them. The dark red eyes of the black dragon lying on the stone door turned slightly and locked on Suyu's figure from afar. A trace of indifferent killing intent was slowly revealed. Its huge nostrils gently puffed out a breath. That breath immediately turned into a little grey flame the size of a fingernail. Suyu, who was flying away, heard the divine 9-dragon cauldron in his mind and issued a rare urgent warning. Suyu looked back, and his pupils shrank. Wasn't that the grey flame they saw before, the flame that melted a deep pit on the ground? Chapter 1306. Nothing was spared from the dragon's breath. The tomb guard eggs along the way were all turned into ashes. Any tribe leader would find it difficult to resist such a flame, let alone Suyu. Without hesitation, Suyu took out a large piece of golden wreckage, which was the fragment of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood boat that day. The wreckage rotated and condensed into a wall behind Suyu. Almost at this moment, the dragon's breath sprayed on the wall. Poof! After a stalemate of 2 breaths, the Golden Flame's forbidden wood, which was known for its sturdiness, was melted by the dragon's breath. It should be known that the water of the bitter sea that day could not do anything to the Golden Flame's forbidden wood. However, after 2 breaths, Suyu shouted, "Domain of life." A mass of turquoise light, centered on Suyu, radiated 1,000 feet in all directions. The dragon's breath struck, turning Suyu and Luju into flying ashes in an instant. However, the moment they turned into flying ashes, they were restored by the domain of life. "Hurry up!" Suyu pulled Luju and fled frantically. The dragon's breath was hot in pursuit. In an instant, it caught up with Suyu and turned them into ashes. Under the domain of life, the 2 were restored again. The dragon's breath gradually weakened. The dark red blood eyes of the black divine dragon on the stone gate flashed with a trace of coldness. It raised its huge claws and slapped towards Suyu. Crack! There was a loud noise, and the jade dragon carved on the divine 9-dragon cauldron let out a soft roar. The domain of life that lingered around Suyu suddenly disappeared like a candle in the wind. It was impossible for the demonic god of 6 paths to destroy the domain of life, let alone make the dragon on the divine 9-dragon cauldron roar. Suyu had no time to be shocked, because the remaining dragon's breath was coming. Without the domain of life, they would definitely die if they were contaminated again. Alternate space. At this critical moment, Suyu once again used his trump card. The power of time, space, and soul, the 3 supreme powers of heaven and earth merged into one and rolled up the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath, which was about to hit Suyu and the others, seemed to be drawn into another space and time. Not only was it frozen, but it also disappeared. However, at this moment, the eyes of the black divine dragon suddenly flashed with killing intent, and the dragon's claws struck like a shadow. The alternate space was shattered in an instant. This was the first time an alternate dimension had been broken. The dragon claw tore through the space, its momentum unabated as it headed straight for Suyu. Suyu was horrified. If the domain of life could be shattered with a single slap, how could he resist the dreadful power of the dragon claw? 9 Emperor Shroud. Suyu bellowed as he took out the shroud. The shroud expanded and wrapped around the dragon claw. How powerful was the shroud that was stained with the blood of the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth in the galaxy? Anything that was enveloped by the 9 Emperor's remnant would be turned into a puddle of blood. However, this unparalleled blood-red robe was easily torn apart by the dragon claws. The pitch-black dragon claw seemed to contain the supreme Great Tao, breaking through all obstacles. At this moment, Suyu felt like he was being targeted by death. Bang! At this moment, the 9 Emperor tablet suddenly vibrated, and the heavenly book characters carved on it left the 9 Emperor tablet and were imprinted on the divine black dragon's claw. Kai kai kai! Immediately, the black divine dragon's giant claw emitted black smoke as if it had been fried in waste oil. Roar! The black divine dragon roared in pain and immediately retracted his dragon claws. His dark red eyes were filled with monstrous resentment and hatred. The 9 emperors of the divine realm, You have trapped me and my master for hundreds of millions of years. I want you to die a horrible death. Roar. With another earth-shattering roar, the black divine dragon forcibly shook off the heavenly book characters. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the 9 Emperor tablet, Suyu immediately escape. Insolent ant, don't even think about leaving. The black divine dragon opened his dragon mouth and roared. A rusty black fragment broke through the void and went straight to Suyu. Suyu did not look back, but he felt his whole body tremble, as if some supreme horror of heaven and earth had completely locked onto him. The yin and yang tai chi wings that were dormant in his body seemed to feel Suyu's boundless crisis and were activated on their own. Kai behind Suyu, a pair of black and white wings suddenly spread out. The black and white tai chi diagram was suspended above Suyu's head. At first glance, Suyu was like a god, wrapped in the yin and yang divine light, with the pattern of the tai chi diagram above his head. Whoosh, with a flap of the wings, Suyu suddenly felt that the yin and yang of heaven and earth were reversed. The next moment, Suyu appeared directly above the spirit vein outside the crack. Suyu was shocked. He had walked in the crack for a full 5 days before barely reaching the ancient tomb. In the end, he left the ancient tomb directly and returned to the outside world. Even a god could never have such a speed. Recalling the moment when the wings were flapped, Suyu somewhat understood the true meaning of the yin and yang tai chi wings. Shuttling through yin and yang, one step into billions of spaces. How did you get out? At the edge of the deep pit, General Hu looked up at Suyu in horror, showing a look of disbelief. He waited secretly at the edge of the deep pit according to the request of the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor said that if Suyu was alive, he would definitely come back in 10 days. However, it was only the 5th day, and he actually came out. The strangest thing was that General Hu did not notice how he came out. Suyu glanced at him and had no time to pay attention to him. The feeling of being locked on by the supreme being of heaven and earth still showed no signs of disappearing. With a thought, Suyu tried to control the yin and yang tai chi wings and launched another space transfer. The thought was conveyed, but the yin and yang tai chi wings began to absorb the power of Suyu's celestial source origin again. It was not a little like the last time, but all the divine power in the celestial source origin. Suyu was shocked. Without the nourishment of divine power, the celestial source origin would shrink. However, there was no time to think about it. The yin and yang tai chi wings were launched, and the yin and yang were in chaos again. The next moment, Suyu appeared in an unknown wasteland. However, what made Suyu's face sink was that after 2 consecutive jumps of billions of spaces, he still did not get rid of the Supreme Being's lock. A strong sense of crisis lingered in Suyu's heart. This feeling was unprecedentedly strong. What had caught up with him? Suyu's heart sank as he stared in the direction behind him. The evil god woke up and said in a low and solemn voice, "The Great Path Law. Suyu, what taboo have you touched? How can you be locked by the Great Path Law?" Its tone was also unprecedentedly solemn, never so solemn. "A dragon, a black divine dragon," Suyu said. Swish, Suyu's eyebrows rotated, and a black dog as huge as a mountain appeared in front of Suyu. The evil god rarely showed his real body, and this time, it was one of them. His huge eyes stared in the direction of the ancient tomb, as if he was perceiving something. He murmured in confusion, "Black divine dragon, black, divine dragon." Suddenly, the evil god's eyes widened, bursting with a horrified light. His huge body trembled uncontrollably, and his tone was full of fear. It's the world annihilation dragon. How could it be here?" Suyu was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen the evil god feel fear. In his memory, the evil god was a deity of origin and seemed to have an extraordinary background. However, he was so afraid of that black divine dragon. Chapter 1307. However, he had no time to ask at this moment. The great Tao laws were locking him down even more tightly. He could sense that the thing was speeding towards him. At the same time, in the mermaid tribe, the Mermaid Emperor, who was deep in thought, suddenly had a drastic change in his expression. He suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the ancient tomb, his eyes flashing with horror. "Fragments of the Great Path Law? The World Annihilation Dragon had actually used this thing. Who did it want to kill? It's Su Yu. It's impossible. In front of the World Annihilation Dragon, Su Yu is like an ant. Either he doesn't care to kill him, or he can kill him 10,000 times with a single thought. General Blackfish and General Carp also hurried over to report that God's blood was raining down from the sky above the mermaid tribe. It was General Hu, he was dead. The two of them were shocked speechless. General Hu was merely guarding the deep pit and waiting for his prey. How did he suddenly perish? The Mermaid Emperor's face was gloomy. The plan can only be brought forward. If the seal is broken, we will not be able to escape. Immediately send troops to the Yakshaw and Frogman tribes. Yes. The two of them did not dare to ask any more questions. The death of General Hu made them feel exceptionally uneasy. At the same time, the strongest warriors of the Yakshaw tribe and the Frogman tribe looked up at the spirit vein. That sudden eruption of great Tao laws deeply alarmed them. Since ancient times, only the sovereigns of the heaven and earth were able to grasp the laws of the Grand Tao. Moreover, they could only grasp the slightest bit of it. Ever since the 9 emperors had fallen, the ancient god realm hadn't seen a law of the great Tao for far too long. The appearance of this item caused a huge uproar. The news spread like wildfire among the 2 tribes, no, the 99 tribes of the southern domain. The law of the Great Path appeared in the world, and it was suspected that it was the work of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. While the powerhouses were paying close attention to the Great Path rules, Su Yu, who was the target of the attack, was facing an unprecedented crisis. Su Yu, once the law of the Great Path has been locked on, it will not change unless the target perishes from this world. The evil god was very serious. In particular, the World Annihilation Dragon is a divine dragon. He is naturally good at controlling the Great Path Law. This trace of the Great Path Law contains a trace of his great killing intent. As long as his great will is not extinguished, the Great Path Law will not stop. Su Yu's gaze turned grave. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Su Yu grabbed the 5 Elements mountain with one hand and placed it in front of his chest. At the same time, he took out the 5 Elements divine prison. Since Su Yu had promised the black-green water dragon that he would let it go after resisting the demonic god of 6 paths for a while, the water dragon had not left Su Yu's side. Now that danger was imminent, Su Yu had no choice but to use it. But that was not enough. Shua, with a shake of the Buddhist beads on Su Yu's wrist, a veiled young lady, who had been sitting cross-legged, sat cross-legged on the ground. Sensing the changes in the outside world, the young lady slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful amethyst pupils blossomed with dreamy colors. "Mr. Su, do you need me?" Bai Wanqing curtsied, without the slightest arrogance on her face. Su Yu said, "How much of the purple-eyed demonic god's divine path have you inherited?" 99%, Bai Wanqing said calmly. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to inherit the divine path to perfection. She was able to inherit 99% of the divine path, which was considered an anomaly. "All right, I need you to help me find something. Young Master Su, please." Bai Wanqing's eyes lit up and she smiled faintly. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She wanted to show Su Yu that she wasn't any weaker than anyone else. "Great Tao laws." Bai Wanqing's face froze and her smile faded. Her purple eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly focused in the direction of the ancient tomb. The pretty face under the veil was filled with shock. "It really is the Great Tao laws." Bai Wanqing's beautiful face changed. Such a supreme object of heaven and earth had actually appeared. As a divine path that spied on all the secrets of heaven and earth, she and her master were no strangers to the great Tao laws that existed in the dark. Even their eyes could see the great Tao chains that ordinary people couldn't see. However, this was the first time she had seen, no, it was the first time she had heard of the great Tao laws being manipulated by others and carrying murderous intent. The target of the murderous intent was none other than Su Yu. "Can you see its essence and weaknesses?" Su Yu asked. Bai Wanqing's soul stirred, and her eyes showed fear. Prying into the great Tao laws was a taboo for divine paths like them. Her master had warned her more than once that there were many taboos in the world that they could not pry into easily. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. However, her master had fallen, and she no longer had any guidance in her life. If she really wanted to fulfill her master's unfulfilled wish and pass on the purple-eyed divine path forever, then she could only surpass her master. Therefore, she wanted to try the forbidden prying that her master had never tried in his life. "All right, I'll give it a try." Bai Wanqing took a deep breath, and her purple pupils became brighter and brighter. 2 rays of purple light gradually shot out, penetrating everything in the world and penetrating the great Tao laws. With just a glance, Bai Wanqing's delicate body suddenly trembled, and blood flowed from her mouth. Her whole body, from the inside out, was constantly burning with an inexplicable flame, burning her. "I see it, it's a metal fragment." "Yes, it's a fragment of the great Tao chains." Bai Wanqing was in the raging fire, but her eyes were persistent. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Enough, stop." "Not enough, I can continue to pry. Even the great Tao laws have natural weaknesses." Bai Wanqing was determined to surpass her master and fulfill his last wish. At this moment, Bai Wanqing was as graceful as a moth, leaping towards the beautiful flame. The purple light in his eyes suddenly became extremely bright, like 2 purple stars, illuminating this part of the world. In the world, all hidden secrets had nowhere to hide. "I see it, that is the fragment of the chain that was forcibly broken by the world annihilation dragon. It is stained with its dragon blood. If the dragon blood can be dissolved," at this point, Bai Wanqing's voice stopped abruptly. She was still talking, but her voice seemed to be interfered with by the great Tao laws, and only she could hear it. At the same time, the burning flames on her body suddenly erupted, drowning her in a sea of fire. When the flames dissipated, only 2 remnant purple lights were left, and they gradually dimmed. The evil god sighed with emotion. The ancients said, "If you hear the way in the morning, you can die at night." She is also a sacrifice for the way, which is admirable and lamentable. Su Yu was silent, and with a wave of his hand, he held the 2 remaining pale purple lights in his palm. "The phoenix can be reborn from the fire, and you can only be reborn after martyrdom," Su Yu whispered. "Bring the dead back to life." A wonderful wave vibrated from Su Yu's palm. The 2 purple lights in his palm that were about to fade were bright again, bright and beautiful, and eventually turned into purple light and shadow. When the purple light dissipated, a moving and graceful body reappeared in front of Su Yu. Witnessing this scene, the evil god's pupils shrank to the extreme. The power of the great Tao laws. The evil god took a breath. The dead could not be resurrected, and yin and yang could not be reversed. If there was, it must be that the great Tao laws had been changed. He had followed Su Yu for a long time, but had never taken the initiative to explore Su Yu's secrets. However, what Su Yu showed today shocked him, and it was no less than knowing the existence of the world annihilation dragon. Although Bai Wanqing was resurrected, she fell into some kind of deep sleep, and wisps of light constantly emerged from her eyes. Su Yu smiled slightly. "Congratulations, you have surpassed the purple-eyed demonic god, and your divine path has entered a new realm." The Buddha's light flickered, and Bai Wanqing was taken into it to rest quietly. The next time she appeared, she would be in a completely new state. Su Yu looked in the direction of the great Tao laws again, and whispered softly, "The shard of the ropeway is stained with the blood of the world annihilation dragon." A glimmer of hope burned in Su Yu's heart. If so, there was still a chance of survival. "Milky Way star sand." Su Yu shouted, and the large star river light in his palm left his body and turned into a Milky Way that surrounded him. Stripping away the blood of the world annihilation dragon was the only way to survive. If the 5 elements mountain and the 5 elements divine prison could block the great Tao laws for a moment, the Milky Way star sand could be used. However, this was far from enough. Su Yu's mind moved, and a majestic figure appeared behind him. It had black hair and black eyes, looking down on the world. Then, another majestic figure stood behind him. It only had half of its body, and its whole body was colorful. It had a red head, a purple right hand, an emerald chest, a white right leg, and a pitch-black foot. However, it was not over. Behind it, there was another looming figure. It was a complete figure, full of the power of 5 elements. Green Bead was flabbergasted. 3 divine Taos. My God, how did you comprehend 3 divine paths alone? It was the first time she had heard of someone who could walk 3 divine paths at the same time. The second divine path, in particular, was the strangest. It only had the right half of its body, but every part exuded a strong sense of divine path, as if every part represented a divine path. After preparing these, Suyu took out the demon god's cage. After opening it, several souls whose minds had been erased surged out. After doing this, the breath of the great Tao laws was already approaching. Suyu slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Suyu felt that although the world was vast, there was no place that was not sealed. That small piece of chain fragment seemed to contain the supreme will to bind the world. No one could save him. Yun Yazi couldn't, the evil god couldn't, no one could. The only one who could save him was himself. The wind stopped. The clouds stopped. The rivers and great rivers also stopped flowing. The evil god and Luzhu also stopped. The whole world stopped. Time stood still at this moment. This was the great Tao laws, all-encompassing and containing all the mysteries of the world. Under the laws, the will of any creature was futile. However, Suyu moved. A pair of deep, starry eyes that pierced through the Milky Way slowly opened. At the moment of opening, a fragment that was white and red, yellow and blue, black and purple, like many colors, crossed hundreds of millions of miles and shot towards Suyu. Where it appeared, the world was still, as if it was the only one in the world. It was hard to say what it looked like. It looked like a fragment of a chain, but at a closer look, it looked like a world, and at a closer look, it looked like a galaxy. This indescribable and indescribable supreme object of heaven and earth shot towards Suyu. Suyu's eyes were purple, and the power of time was activated, allowing him to take a step in the still time and space. I also have the time law, Suyu murmured, his fingertips pointing at the still 5 elements mountain. The 5 elements mountain rotated for a while, fixed on the ground, in front of Suyu's body. The fragment of the law turned a blind eye and shot forward. Poof! In front of the fragment, the 5 elements mountain was nothing and was directly penetrated. Bang! Chapter 1308. The 5 elements mountain was broken. The law fragments continued to attack. This time, they pierced through the 5 elements divine prison. Bang! With another loud bang, the 5 elements divine prison, an emperor-based saint artifact, was also broken. The fragment of the law was not obstructed in the slightest, and it headed straight for Suyu. Suyu took a deep breath, and with a thought, he summoned a group of souls in front of him. Pucci, without any suspense, these souls were also pierced through by the law fragments and reduced to dust. Suyu's eyes turned serious, and the 3 majestic figures behind him took a step forward. The 5-colored transparent phantom image represented Suyu's 5 elements divine path. The black-haired and black-eyed figure represented Suyu's inverse divine path. The colorful half-body figure represented Suyu's comprehension of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. 3 figures stood in a straight line in front of Suyu, shielding him. The power of laws easily penetrated the projection of the 5 elements divine Tao, causing it to shatter into nothingness on the spot. Suyu groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The 5 elements divine path he had comprehended had been destroyed. The law fragment did not slow down at all as it slammed into the black-haired, black-eyed figure. It wanted to pierce through as usual, but it was unexpectedly obstructed by a wave of defying will, causing it to actually stop for half a breath. Half a breath of time later, the law fragments pierced through it. Suyu spat out another mouthful of blood essence, his face as pale as a sheet. The inverse divine way was also destroyed. Finally, the law fragment bombarded the colorful figure. At the moment of impact, the multicolored figure that only had half of its body left rapidly circulated with 5-colored light. Time power, space power, soul power, life power, and death power, the 5 supreme powers of heaven and earth, circulated at the same time. The fragment was forced to a standstill and could only slowly enter the body of the colorful figure. Suyu's eyes flickered, and the vast star river in front of him flew over and enveloped the rule fragment. The powerful separation force stripped the world annihilation dragon blood from the fragment. A trace of captivating red blood slowly seeped out of the law fragment. The difficulty of stripping this thing was comparable to the blood of the giant of the bitter sea. The only difference was that Su Yu was running out of time. 10 breaths later, the law fragment successfully pierced through the rainbow-colored figure. The last of the divine Tao was destroyed. However, only a trace of the world annihilation dragon blood was extracted from the chain of law. Su Yu's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and his heart was in turmoil. Since when had he ever lowered his head? It's not over yet. Su Yu bellowed angrily, unwilling to accept his fate. So what if it's the grand Tao laws? Su Yu's left eye glowed purple, his right eye glowed red, and both of his pupils glowed white. His left palm was emerald, and his right palm was pitch black. From the looks of it, it was extremely similar to the stalwart figure with half of its body. The only difference was that Su Yu had a complete body at the moment. Time and space are kings, life and death are emperors, and the soul is supreme. Su Yu shouted in a low voice. The 5 powers of the divine 9-dragon cauldron were all activated for the first time. All of a sudden, Su Yu's body was covered in 5 different colors. Indistinctly, one could see the virtual shadows of chains surrounding Su Yu's body. The evil god and green bead sucked in a cold breath. Law chains. The eyes of the evil god trembled. The chain of law was an astronomical phenomenon that could only be triggered by the divine kings of heaven and earth. It actually appeared on a junior who hadn't even reached the level of a deity. This was because Su Yu's 5 types of energy were the highest profound meanings in the world that were closest to the Great Path rules. It was not impossible for the 5 types of energy to appear at the same time and trigger the resonance of the Great Path rules. Law of time! Su Yu shouted, and the purple light suddenly became extremely bright. One of the chains of rules that surrounded Su Yu's body trembled and flew out in response to Su Yu's shout, colliding with the fragments of the chains that were attacking him. Ding! With a soft sound, the two collided. The fragment of the law of time summoned by Su Yu was easily shattered and turned into nothingness. This was all because the chain of law triggered by Su Yu was too weak. As for the chain fragment, although it was broken, it was complete. However, the fragment was also blocked for 2 breaths. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Milky Way star sand extracted a trace of the world annihilation dragon's blood. Law of space. Su Yu shook another chain of the law of the Great Path without hesitation and bombarded the incoming fragment. After successfully blocking for 2 breaths, a trace of the world annihilation dragon's blood was extracted. Law of soul. Law of life. Law of death. Every time Su Yu sacrificed one, he blocked the fragment of the law for 2 breaths and also extracted a trace of divine blood. From the beginning, the chain firmly locked on Su Yu, but now the chain was shaking, and the lock on Su Yu had loosened. After extracting 6 traces of the World Annihilation Dragon's blood, the World Annihilation Dragon in the ancient tomb also lost its precise control. However, the 5 laws had been exhausted. The chain fragment could no longer resist, and it penetrated Su Yu's body. At this moment, the world was silent. The evil god's dog eyes were filled with hot tears, and Luzhu also covered her face. He had failed after all. Although he finally triggered the law of the Great Path and resisted it with the power of the law. However, he still failed. The law of the Great Path penetrated his body and killed his star god. All the breath that existed in the world was erased. Evil god! Su Yu's mouth was full of blood, and his body was shaking. He did not even have the strength to look back. The moment the law of the Great Path passed through his body, Su Yu felt that he had lost everything. I hope you can pass a message to Yunyazi for me. The evil god's eyes were full of grief and indignation. It seemed to see the old Xing River. The World Annihilation Dragon's mouth contained the law of the past, obliterating one Xing River overlord after another. It could only hide in a drop of divine blood and watch the people it knew perish one after another. Now, even Su Yu could not escape this fate. Go ahead. The evil god lifted its leg and wiped its eyes. Perhaps this was the last time in its life that it would see Su Yu. He was about to disappear from the world. Tell the old man that I failed to live up to his expectations. Su Yu sighed faintly. The evil god nodded its head, and its tears rolled down. Take care. With a calm smile on his face, Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. This life was wonderful, but it was also filled with regrets. He still owed Xiana and Xia Jingyu a future. Boom! With a soft sound, Suyu turned into ashes. His breath, his everything, was erased from the world. Except for the memories he left for others, there was no longer Suyu in the world. Woof! The evil god raised its head, tears streaming down its old face, and let out a long and desolate bark. Time and space were silent, and only this lonely bark could be heard, sending Suyu off. However, at this moment, where Suyu turned into powder, from the ashes, flew out 5 palm-sized dragons, purple, red, white, green, and black. They entwined with each other, spitting out crystal light from their mouths. In the light, a quaint little cauldron was gradually revealed. The little cauldron was ancient, as if it came from a distant era. A mysterious breath surrounded the little cauldron, lingering for a long time. With the little cauldron as the center, the ashes of Suyu were slowly collected into the little cauldron. The fragments of the great path rules seemed to sense it and rushed to the little cauldron. On the surface of the little cauldron, the 9 carved dragons were resurrected in an instant, flying and entangling the flying fragments of the great path rules, and dragging them into the little cauldron. The evil god, who was in sorrow, suddenly froze, staring at the little cauldron, and its eyes became smaller, and eventually turned into a needle. It even forgot Suyu's death, forgot its sorrow, and stared at the little cauldron without blinking, murmuring, "The divine 9-dragon cauldron. This, buzz buzz buzz." With a violent tremor, the divine 9-dragon cauldron spewed out a mass of milky white blood, along with Suyu's ashes and a fragment of the chain of rules. The 3 sprayed into the air and merged into one. The milky white blood emitted a soft light, shaping a body. From the bones to the meridians, to the internal organs, to the skin, every inch was reshaped. The ashes were integrated into every corner of the body, leaving nothing behind. The fragment of the chain of rules was deeply embedded in the heart of the body. No, it replaced the heart. The chain of rules directly became the heart of the body. When the skin and facial features of this body gradually became clear, the evil god and Luzhu froze in place until they came to their senses and showed ecstasy. Suyu. That was Suyu. The divine 9-dragon cauldron absorbed the blood of the world-annihilating dragon in the chain of rules and used the dragon blood as the price to shape the body. Using Suyu's ashes as the foundation, it integrated into the body. The chain of rules was replaced with Suyu's heart. This was not a simple rebirth, but a new nirvana. A gust of wind blew, and Suyu slowly opened his eyes, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. "I am still alive," Suyu murmured as he regained consciousness. Suddenly, Suyu stared at the small cauldron in front of him, and his pupils gradually shrank. This is the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He had only ever seen it in his soul, and this was the first time he discovered that the divine 9-dragon cauldron had left his soul. Roar. Inside the divine cauldron, there were 9 faint dragon roars. Then, the divine cauldron rotated and disappeared into Suyu's head. Suyu looked inside and saw that the divine cauldron was entrenched in the center of his soul, just as it used to be. Did the divine cauldron save me? Suyu immediately realized and was surprised and happy. The evil god wept with joy, and his huge body ran over, laughing with tears in his eyes. "Give me back my dog tears." Suyu was stunned, and when he found the tear stains in the corner of his eyes, his heart warmed. He reached out and patted the dog paw that was coming over. "Yes, I owe you a few drops of dog tears." However, just as Suyu was about to touch him, something strange happened. He saw that Suyu's palm was suddenly covered with dark dragon scales, and his whole arm turned into a dragon claw. At the moment of contact, the evil god screamed and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dog blood. His huge body was slapped away like a piece of paper. As the evil god flew backward, he screamed and cursed, "What the hell? What happened to you?" After smashing countless mountains, the evil god climbed out of the ruins, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and stared at Suyu angrily. As a result, the evil god was shocked and lost his voice. World Annihilation Dragon. He saw that Suyu's body was quickly covered with black scales, and in a short time, his whole person had turned into a 3-feet-long black dragon. Although it was not as huge as the real World Annihilation Dragon, Its appearance was extremely similar. Su Yu was also stunned, and immediately turned his mind. The scales on the surface of his body quickly receded, and he returned to his human form. This is the dragon form technique? Su Yu was stunned. He had practiced the dragon form technique, and with the dragon tendons in his body as the foundation, he could transform into a golden dragon, but the power was average, only comparable to the fourth realm of the dust fairy. But now, he had transformed into the form of the world annihilation dragon and slapped the evil god half to death, which was unexpected. Chapter 1309. The first stage of the evil dragon divine body was the first dragon body. When this stage was cultivated to its peak, it would be the body of the 9 dragons. The second stage was the divine dragon body that the evil god mentioned. Most of the body was molded by the blood of the divine dragon. Moreover, the body molded by the divine 9-dragon cauldron was far safer than adding body parts of the divine dragon to the body. The molded body had no hidden dangers. Su Yu felt like he was dreaming when he reached the divine dragon body in such a short time. He clenched his fists, and an amazing power came from his flesh and blood. Even without the divine power, Su Yu could blow away ordinary gods with one palm. If he transformed into the world annihilation dragon, he could kill ordinary gods with his own hands without any pressure. Not only that, but his 5 senses were extremely sensitive. With a sweep of his mind, he could discover any movement in the hundreds of millions of mountains and rivers. Such a terrible perception could not be achieved by ordinary gods. He did not expect to survive this disaster and advance to the divine dragon body. The evil god was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He gritted his teeth and said with envy and jealousy, "Damn it, in the ancient god realm back then, there weren't many people who could cultivate this evil dragon divine body to the divine dragon body stage. Even I didn't. You got lucky." Su Yu smiled and asked about what happened during the short period of death. Knowing that the fragment of the Great Path had also integrated into his heart, Su Yu was shocked. He immediately looked inside his body and was shocked. His undying heart disappeared and was replaced by a rusty chain fragment. The blood vessels in his body were passed through by the chain fragment. The evil god's eyes showed deep envy. "Your luck is so great that it can't be stopped. You are integrated with the rules. As long as the blood vessels are watered day and night, your blood will flow with the power of the rules. After the upper stage, any punch will carry the Great Path rules. Even at this stage, it will be of great help to the 5 supreme Great Path profound meanings that you have cultivated. If you don't believe me, you can try." Su Yu's heart moved. The power of time, the power of space, the power of soul, the power of life, and the power of death were displayed one by one. Su Yu was shocked to discover that he could trigger the appearance of the faintly discernible chains of the rule when he used any kind of energy alone. Like I said, these 5 kinds of profound meanings can cause the laws of heaven and earth to descend. It has an additional effect on the profound meanings you use. In this way, your 5 profound meanings won't be broken so easily. The evil god's eyes were red with jealousy. Indeed, although the 5 types of energy had yet to evolve into the power of law, they were far more powerful than before. It would not be so easy for them to escape Su Yu's power if they were to encounter the strongest people in the world again. Moreover, according to the evil god, the benefits had just begun. From now on, the fragment of the rule that was watering his heart day and night would integrate into Su Yu's limbs and bones, allowing Su Yu to destroy his enemies with the rule at any time. The harvest this time was unimaginable. Suddenly, Su Yu's heart shook. 3 majestic figures appeared behind him. Su Yu's eyes were filled with delight. The transparent phantom of the 5 elements divine Tao instantly solidified. This was a sign that the 5 elements divine Tao had reached the great accomplishment stage. The powerful figure with black hair and black eyes seemed extremely real, and he could even feel the breath of the powerful figure. This was a sign of the completion of the reverse divine Tao. Looking at the 5-colored body, the figure that originally had only half of the body had another half, but it was a little transparent. Oh my God! The divine Tao has also been condensed. The evil god's eyes widened. Every kind of divine Tao was tempered, and it often took a lifetime to perfect a kind of divine Tao. However, Su Yu easily completed 3 kinds, especially the reverse divine Tao, which had reached the perfect state. In theory, as long as Su Yu ignited the reverse divine Tao, he could ascend to the stage of deification and advance to the realm of early-stage quasi-god. Su Yu laughed. Being destroyed by the chain of the rule really has an unimaginable tempering effect. He used 3 kinds of divine Tao to resist the fragment of the rule, but he never thought that there would be such a big gain. Now that the fragment of the rule was integrated into his body, wouldn't the solidification of the divine Tao improve by leaps and bounds? Staring at the reverse divine Tao, Su Yu did not intend to ignite it. If he became a deity now, it would be equivalent to giving up the 5 elements divine Tao and the more important 5-colored divine Tao. I wonder what it would be like to ignite several kinds of divine Tao at the same time. Su Yu's eyes were full of longing. This time, the harvest was great, but Su Yu also lost 2 things that made his heart ache. 5 elements mountain, 5 elements divine prison. The chain of the rule shattered them. In particular, the 5 elements mountain, which had helped Su Yu a lot, was gone just like that. Su Yu looked at the 5 elements mountain that had exploded into a piece of debris, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. He flashed over and grabbed something from the pile of debris. When he looked at it, it turned out to be a golden key. Is it in the 5 elements mountain? Su Yu was a little surprised. He had obtained the 5 elements mountain for a long time, but this was the first time he knew that there was a key hidden in the mountain. Judging from the breath, this key was exactly the same as the 5 elements mountain. Strange, why didn't Gang Daily's mother tell me? Did she deliberately hide it from me? Su Yu's mind was racing, and he quietly put away the key. His eyes immediately turned and swept over the place where the 5 elements divine prison had been destroyed. It was also smashed by the fragments of the rule, leaving behind a ground of powder. With a stomp of his foot, a gust of wind blew away the debris of the 5 elements divine prison. Under the debris, a transparent amber the size of a fist was revealed. Inside the amber, one could clearly see that there were strange creatures with horrible breaths imprisoned one after another. The strong demonic energy they exuded was enough to prove their identity. They were from the demon clan, and they were extremely powerful demon gods. There were as many as hundreds of them, and they were half dead and half alive. They were forcibly sealed in the amber and could not move. Even so, Su Yu could feel the frightening ferocious breath from them. There were even a few breaths that were comparable to the breath of the giant of the bitter sea and the world annihilation dragon. What the hell was this? Su Yu was taken aback. Evil god, do you know this? Su Yu asked. The evil god shook his head, and his eyes were solemn. I have never seen it. At least, among the Star River overlords that I know, there is no such thing. However, the evil god stared at the amber and said, I can feel that this is the work of an emperor, used to seal some strong people in this thing. Seal? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Recalling that this thing was hidden in the 5 elements divine prison, he had a guess in his heart. Suddenly, Su Yu and the evil god's eyes were fixed at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They said in unison, the demonic god of 6 paths. In the amber, they vaguely felt a trace of the power of the demonic god of 6 paths. How could it be? Su Yu's heart moved, and his eyes slowly narrowed as he carefully glanced at the amber. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes fell on the corpse of a demon god that was about to dry up. If one looked closely, they would find that there was a dark green dragon tail in its mouth, and the tail was shaking from time to time. Soon, the tail slowly retracted, revealing the true body of the tail, a dark green dragon. Its mouth was full of milky white divine blood. It stuck out its tongue and licked it greedily, and a pair of sly eyes rolled around. Then, it crawled to the mouth of another demon god's corpse and secretly swallowed the divine blood and celestial energy sphere of the demon god. The power of the demonic god of 6 paths was emitted from it. This power was wrapped around its claws, so it could open the mouth of the demon god. Otherwise, with the weak soul state of the dark green dragon, it could not do anything to the demon god's corpse. At this moment, it was completely unaware that because of the destruction of the 5 elements divine prison, its every move was clearly seen by the outside world. A cold smile appeared on Su Yu's mouth. Oh, no wonder it didn't say anything for so long. It turned out that it had stolen the power of the demonic god of six paths during the last attack to covet these demon god corpses. If the five elements divine prison had not been destroyed by the great path rules, Suyu would still be in the dark. From the first time I met it, this dragon had bad intentions. Now it even devoured the demon god corpses behind Suyu's back. What an evil heart! Suyu's smile became colder and colder. It's time to end this dragon. Suyu held the amber in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the amber shook violently, and the dragon that had drilled into the demon god's corpse was forcibly pulled out by a force. The dark green dragon was shocked and looked around, constantly muttering something, trying to control the amber and stabilize its body. The evil god was secretly surprised. This is fighting for control? The dark green dragon understood something and glared fiercely at the outside world. Its control became more and more stable, and it quickly stabilized. Suyu's mouth showed a faint smile. Over the years, he had not slacked in his understanding of the demon clan words. He had unknowingly understood more than 700 words, almost half of them. As for the dark green dragon, it obviously did not have Suyu's cheating power of understanding. With a move of his mind, a strong force suddenly pulled the dark green dragon out. The dark green dragon was shocked and hurriedly tried to control it. However, what made him angry was that compared with Suyu, his control of the amber was insignificant. Swish! With a soft sound, the dark green dragon was completely squeezed out of the amber. This is mine. The dark green dragon roared, and his figure changed, becoming 30 feet long. He bit the amber, trying to take it back. Suyu smiled lightly, and with a crooked finger, the amber obediently returned to Suyu's palm. You are wrong, this is mine. The dark green dragon roared, impossible, when did you control it better than me? A long time ago. Suyu shrugged. The dark green dragon's face was gloomy. Suyu, you and I have no grievances, return the amber to me, and we will part ways from now on. Speaking of which, they did not have much conflict, if not for the first time he tried to plot against Suyu. Suyu said lightly, first, the amber is mine, and I do not have the habit of giving my things to others at will. Secondly, if you wanted to part ways, you could have done so a long time ago after leaving the demon world. However, you secretly absorbed the god source and god blood of the demon god's corpse to strengthen yourself. This doesn't seem like you want to part ways. Chapter 13:10. On the one hand, Suyu knew his secret, and on the other hand, Suyu controlled the five elements mountain of the ice dragon. He wanted to take it back. In the end, his plan had been discovered by Suyu. What made him even more furious was that Suyu had taken control of the amber from his hands without a sound or trace. This feeling of going for wool and coming home shorn made the black-green water dragon extremely angry. Suyu, I advise you not to court death. Today, I am not the same as before. The black-green water dragon shouted coldly. Suyu said calmly, Oh? Is that so? Why don't you try? The black-green water dragon glanced at the evil god and was a little afraid. Then, it looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there were no ambushes, it revealed a fierce light and grinned hideously. That's fine. I planned to recover for a while and then settle the score with you. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Roar. The black-green water dragon roared and slammed into Suyu with his 3 feet long body. Unlike the previous soul body, the black-green water dragon had restored its divine body, and its strength had reached the realm of the gods. In his opinion, there was no doubt that he could kill Suyu, an ant. However, when he was about to hit Suyu, he saw a strange smile on Suyu's face. Dragon transformation technique. Roar. A real dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Suyu's whole body was suddenly covered with a layer of dark ink-like scales, and his body quickly turned into a 3 feet long dragon body. As a water dragon, he had a strong sense of the real dragon. The black-green water dragon exclaimed on the spot, Real dragon. What shocked the black-green water dragon even more was that the breath of this weird black dragon made the black-green water dragon tremble involuntarily. What was going on? In a daze, a black dragon, a black-green dragon, a dragon, and a water dragon collided together. The black-green water dragon gritted his teeth and made a preemptive strike. A black-green dragon claw with a dim light tore at Su Yu's neck. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a faint smile, and he raised his dragon claw and slapped it in the air. Crack! The black-green water dragon's dragon claw was smashed by Su Yu's claw, leaving a bloody broken arm. With a painful roar, the black-green water dragon's huge tail turned into a residual shadow, sweeping towards Su Yu with amazing power. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he swept his long black dragon tail. Puff like tofu, the black-green flood dragon's tail was directly swept into minced meat. In just 2 moves, the black-green water dragon lost its claws and tail. The two weren't even on the same level. Sensing the crisis, the black-green flood dragon did not dare to underestimate it. He shouted, "It's not over yet." True flood dragon fire. With a puff, the black-green water dragon spouted a mass of green flame from its mouth. The temperature was so high that even Su Yu's dragon scales could feel the heat. Su Yu's eyes were cold, and his nostrils flared. World-annihilating dragon breath. A ball of grey flames suddenly flew out from his nose and headed straight for the other party. Poochie, under the world-annihilation dragon's breath, the true fire of the flood dragon was immediately pushed back, and it also touched the body of the black-green flood dragon. With a shrill scream, the black-green flood dragon's entire body was burned by the grey flame. In an instant, its flesh and blood tumbled and turned into a layer of black charcoal. Although this dragon's breath did not have the power of the real world annihilation dragon, it was not something that ordinary gods could easily bear. Su Yu snorted coldly, stepped forward, and slammed his claws down, pressing the black-green water dragon to the ground. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. "Spare me. Please spare me. I dare not. Never again." In the raging fire, the black-green water dragon begged bitterly. Su Yu pondered for a moment. "Open your mind." The black-green water dragon struggled for a long time, trying to play some tricks, but the grey flame on its body burned deeper and deeper. If it continued to burn, it would hurt its foundation, so it had to quickly let go of the defense of its mind. Su Yu spat out a mouthful of dragon blood into its mind. Soon, Su Yu felt his own dragon blood in the deepest part of the black-green water dragon's mind. As long as Su Yu detonated the dragon blood would turn into the world annihilation dragon's breath and melt him from the inside out. In this way, Su Yu released his claws and retracted the dragon's breath. Having escaped from the brink of death, the black-green water dragon was paralyzed. Coupled with its severe injuries, it fell to the ground in a coma. Swish! Su Yu returned to his human form and shook his head. "So weak." The evil god glared at him. "You are so arrogant, aren't you? You don't even put the gods in your eyes." Not long ago, Su Yu was still being chased by several ordinary deities. Su Yu shrugged and put the black-green water dragon into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. He wanted to ask the black-green water dragon about the amber and the key. After solving this hidden danger, Su Yu said, "Let's go, the people of the mermaid tribe will come soon." The evil god was stunned. The mermaid tribe? Is there such a race in Xing River? After a pause, the evil god looked around, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "This is not Xing River, where is this?" Only then did the evil god realize that the place he was in was no longer the world of Xing River. "Your reaction is really slow." Su Yu shook his head and said slowly, "This place is the ancient god realm." Hearing this, the evil god shook his head like a rattle. "Ancient god realm? No, Xing River is the ancient god realm." "What?" Su Yu's eyes widened. The world of Xing River was the ancient god realm? Wait. The evil god was suddenly shocked. He looked around, and his eyes became more and more surprised. "Is this the lost ancient god realm?" Su Yu said, "Evil god, what is the connection between the ancient god realm and the lost ancient god realm?" The evil god was shocked. Xing River is the birthplace of the ancient god realm, where a high-level civilization of the god realm was born, and the 9 emperors who created the world were born. But in the distant ancient times, a black shadow crossed the Xing River god realm, and a woman who came out of nowhere rode a black dragon. She came to Xing River god realm and destroyed the Xing River civilization. The 9 emperors fell, and at the cost of their own lives, they suppressed this woman and the black dragon. That black dragon was the world annihilation dragon. But the civilization of the Xing River God realm has been destroyed and almost destroyed. The strong people of that era were almost all extinct. All the emperors of heaven and earth, the overlords of the Xing River, and the gods of the caves were all destroyed. To this day, the remaining Xing River God realm has not even produced a single overlord of the Xing River, which shows the decline of the Xing River God realm. The evil god continued, if that was all, the galactic celestial realm might still have a chance to survive. After all, the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth all had descendants, so there was still a chance for them to reproduce. However, not long after, another black shadow descended upon the galactic celestial realm. After it left, we found that more than half of the galactic celestial realm had disappeared, and the more than half that disappeared contains the last remaining civilization of the Xing River God realm. It is the last hope of the Xing River God realm. It is called the Lost God realm. Looking around, the evil god's eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, this is the Lost Land. Chapter 13:11. Su Yu did not expose his identity. He was secretly savoring the past that the evil god had revealed. No wonder the world annihilation dragon is here, evil god said solemnly. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. Even after billions of years, he still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. However, recalling that the world annihilation dragon's great path fragment, which had killed countless Star River overlords, had become Su Yu's heart, the evil god felt extremely relieved. He couldn't help but laugh and say, the world annihilation dragon probably never dreamed that his great path fragment would be obtained by a 9th-rate human like you. In this way, the threat of the world annihilation dragon is much smaller. The evil god said, at the very least, it isn't an invincible existence in this lost god realm. If the 9 monarchs still have descendants, they should be able to contend against it. Su Yu shook his head solemnly. I'm afraid things aren't as optimistic as you think. Oh, what do you mean? Evil god was slightly stunned. In this ancient god realm, not only does the world annihilation dragon exist, but also the woman who descended on the world annihilation dragon. Fear flashed across the god of evil's eyes. I know, but she was suppressed by the 9 emperors. The world annihilation dragon has also been suppressed, Su Yu said, staring at him. The world annihilation dragon was suppressed, but it could activate the chains of the Great Law to kill people from hundreds of millions of miles away. What about that woman? The evil god realized what Su Yu was saying, and his pupils gradually dilated. The fear on his face slowly rippled like ripples, and his voice trembled a little. You mean, the 9 emperors can no longer suppress it? Yes, she's about to come out of seclusion and return to the world, Su Yu said calmly. The evil god was petrified on the spot. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth moved with difficulty. How did you know? Su Yu said in a serious voice, I've been to her ancient tomb, and I've seen the 9 emperor tablet in front of it. There's a prophecy on it. After billions of years, the sinful woman will return to the world. Now, billions of years are approaching, and the seal will be destroyed in less than 20 years. When Su Yu said the word sinful girl, the evil god knew that Su Yu was not lying. He had really seen the 9 emperor tablet. The evil god didn't speak for a long time and fell into a deep silence. After a long time, he said in a low voice, I didn't expect that after hiding for billions of years, I still couldn't hide from it. If the vile girl reappears, the world will definitely be destroyed. In the Star River God's realm, not even a single overlord-level figure had been born. He was left behind in the god territory and inherited the last civilization of the ancient god territory, but he was unable to give birth to an overlord of the galaxy. They didn't even have a galaxy overlord, let alone a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Unless the divine warriors of heaven and earth were reborn, no one would be a match for this evil woman. Su Yu had experienced many life-or-death crises, especially just now, when he had been through a complete and utter death. Thus, his mind was even more resolute than before. Evil God, man disposes, God proposes, how can our fates be decided by the will of the heavens? Su Yu's words were deafening, causing the pupils of the evil god to shrink gradually. Su Yu looked in the direction of the ancient tomb and said leisurely, because of the resistance and sacrifice of the ancient emperors, there are survivors of the god realm. If we even lose the will to resist, Wouldn't we be letting down the sacrifices of the 9 emperors? The evil god's eyes gradually lit up, burning with a resplendent flame. He raised his head and sighed. That's right. After escaping for billions of years, why are you still escaping? With the reincarnation of the evil woman, no one would be able to escape. Where could they escape to? They were obsessed with escaping because of fear and deceiving themselves. You are someone who has been to the ancient tomb. I want to hear your opinion. The evil god took a deep breath and made up his mind to resist. Su Yu pondered for a long time, his eyes full of sharpness. Kill into the ancient tomb and kill the evil woman, hiss. Even though the evil god had a sense of resistance, he was shocked when he heard Su Yu's tone. How can you kill the evil woman that even the 9 emperors can't kill? The evil god's forehead was full of cold sweat, shocked by Su Yu's courage. Su Yu's eyes were deep and distant. Indeed, on the 9 emperors' tablet, the last words of the 9 emperors also told future generations that after billions of years, the ancient tomb would be broken, and they would escape. But I think that the 9 emperors have never considered that the evil woman who has been suppressed for billions of years could still destroy civilization as she did then. Su Yu said leisurely. The evil god listened and could not help but fall into deep thought. Any creature that had been suppressed for billions of years could not be unscathed. The erosion of time alone was something that all creatures could not resist. What's more, with billions of years of suppression, her physical body, soul, and divine power must be weakened. It could be said that now was the weakest moment of the evil woman's life. If he missed this opportunity, it would be really impossible to kill the evil woman again. Crisis is opportunity. The evil god was calm, and there was a hint of shame in his eyes. He was the overlord of Xing River hundreds of millions of years ago and had lived for countless years, but he was not as calm and steady as Su Yu. In 20 years, we have to gather all the forces, including the Xing River God Realm and the Lost God Realm. The evil god nodded slowly. Only by gathering the forces of all living beings can we fight. However, my Xing River God Realm is already in danger, let alone the unknown lost ancient God Realm. Su Yu frowned. So, I have to find a way to return to the Xing River God Realm and get rid of the demon world. Only then can I unite all the forces. How do you go back? Do you have a clue? Su Yu nodded. In the past, the descendants of the 4 emperors worked together to create a replica of the World Annihilation Plate. It once broke the barrier between the 2 worlds, but was later lost. If I can find the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor and get the blueprint from them, there is hope to return to the Xing River God Realm. The evil god smacked his lips. The World Annihilation Plate is the treasure of the World Annihilation Emperor, right? That is the 5th-ranked Imperial Saint artifact. Su Yu said, exactly. However, there was a turbulence in the past, and the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor perished. His clan disappeared, and after thousands of years, no one knows where to find his descendants. Hearing this, the evil god laughed strangely. He, the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor, he. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Dead dog, tell me what you know. What time is it now? If it is the descendants of other emperors, I may not know, but the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor. When they see me, they have to call me Grandmaster. Su Yu blinked. Grandmaster, you? The evil god raised his neck and said arrogantly, Boy, are you shocked? I used to be the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor, helping him guard the secret training room. Su Yu's eyes widened, and he stared at the evil god in disbelief. The evil god was even more proud of himself. It was rare to see such a look in Su Yu's eyes. He snorted and said, Are you shocked? Do you worship me? Ha ha ha. You really are a watchdog. Su Yu was shocked. The evil god's laughter stopped abruptly, and he stared at Su Yu. I am the spiritual pet of the World Annihilation Emperor, not a watchdog. Then what is your duty? To guard the door of the secret room. Omit the 2 words in the middle. Isn't it just a watchdog? Su Yu said. I used to hear you boast about killing the emperors of heaven and earth. It turns out that you are just a watchdog. I. The black dog's face turned red, and he stammered, unable to speak. Su Yu said, Tell me, can you find the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor? The black dog squinted at Suyu and said reluctantly, "Who am I?" "The evil god. I have the most acute sense of smell in the world. I have been with the World Annihilation Emperor for so many years. As long as his people have the breath of his blood, it is easy to sense their location." Hearing this, Suyu was overjoyed. It was unexpected that the evil god had such a function. "Then act immediately. Time waits for no man," Suyu said. Deep in the ancient tomb, the World Annihilation Dragon, who was entrenched above the seal, suddenly opened his scarlet eyes and roared. The roar shook the earth, and the entire mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, shook. Countless flames hidden deep under the spiritual veins suddenly erupted. The spiritual mountains, which were rich with spiritual energy, were shattered in an instant. The rich spiritual energy that had been accumulated for countless years suddenly collapsed, forming a storm. With the spiritual veins as the center, it spread to the entire ancient god realm. From ordinary creatures to deities, all of them could feel the spiritual chi of heaven and earth becoming intensely concentrated. Also, the earthquake centered on the spiritual veins also swept through half of the ancient god realm. In the mermaid tribe, the mermaid emperor stared in the direction of the ancient tomb in shock and said, "What happened? Why is the World Annihilation Dragon so angry?" It was only so angry when it was suppressed by the 9 emperors. In the Empire of Darkness, a middle-aged man with long hair suddenly grabbed the void and murmured, "What a strong change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Someone, go to the southern region to investigate the changes in the world." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the ancient tomb, the World Annihilation Dragon roared, and the earth shook in the crack. The words of the heavenly book on the 9 Emperor tablet came out one after another, suppressing the World Annihilation Dragon. However, not only could it not suppress it, but it also made the World Annihilation Dragon even more furious, and it struggled to leave the ancient tomb. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the stone door. "Black, bear with it. Wait for me for 19 years, and I will help you retrieve the Great Path Fragment." Hearing this, the furious World Annihilation Dragon took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. After a long time, a faint voice came from the stone door again. "The person who took away your Great Path Fragment, we seem to know each other." The World Annihilation Dragon looked puzzled and lay back on the stone door. However, he was unwilling to give up. He removed the scale under his neck and brought out some dragon blood. The scale fell to the ground and turned into a cold and ruthless young man in black armor. The young man snorted coldly, turned into a shadow, and rushed out of the crack, heading straight in the direction of Suyu. The Yaksha tribe, led by the evil god, came to a barren grassland. Until they came to a tomb. The evil god looked nostalgic. It was not easy to find one, but he is already dead. Suyu said, "Are there any other people living in this world?" The evil god nodded. "Yes, but for some reason, they are very weak, so I can't identify the specific direction. I can only speculate." "Where?" "King City of the Yaksha tribe." Suyu took out a sword from his palm and swept it across the air, exposing the corpse buried in the ground. Suyu examined the corpse and said, "He died a violent death, and the blood of the emperor has been drained." The blood of the emperor would not disappear so easily, but the corpse in front of him only had the breath of the blood left. The evil god thought deeply. The blood of the divine warrior of heaven and earth is extremely precious. If there is no strong protection, it is not impossible for the power of the blood to be extracted after being caught. He turned his head and stared at the king city of the Yaksha tribe, saying with mixed feelings, "Suyu, can you do me a favor?" Suyu didn't think about it and nodded. Yes. After all, he was the junior of an old acquaintance, and the evil god wanted to save him.